Madam Chair, we're all set.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Okay, with that, we will convene this public hearing of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I just want to kick off with a few reminders. I know the speaker list is in a bit of change today. Lots of people switching positions and paneling up. So a quick reminder, if you are testifying, please begin by stating your name. Again, individuals each have 3 minutes to testify, and that goes to 5 minutes if you panel up, which we encourage. But just another reminder that if you do choose to participate in a panel, make sure you share with your other panelists. It's meant to be, create a good group conversation between all of you, and it can be quite powerful. So with that, Mr. Ranking Member, do you have any? Okay, with that, we will begin with the Minority Leader, House Minority Leader, although, he's welcome to do both if he wants to. And a panel.
Thank you, Chairman Horn and Ranking Member Paletta. I will turn it over to the panel. I'm submitting written testimony, and we certainly could have conversation outside of this public hearing. So with that, I will turn it over to Larry Cafaro.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leader. Honorable members of the committee, my name is Larry Cafaro. I'm the Executive Director and General Counsel of the Wine and Spirit Wholesalers of Connecticut. I'm here with my colleagues from the Restaurant Association and the Beer Wholesalers, and we're here to speak in opposition to House Bill 5537, an act concerning a tax on certain sweetened beverages, syrups, and powders. If you look at the definition section of this bill, and I don't know if this was intentional or not, but it defines sweetened beverage as a beverage intended for human consumption that contains added caloric sweeteners. Bill also defines syrup as a liquid mixture containing caloric sweeteners used in preparation of beverages. Ladies and gentlemen, that definition would include alcoholic beverages, certain alcoholic beverages. Certainly, it would, in the retail level, include certain cocktails, mojitos, espresso martinis, margaritas, etc. Many of the ready-to-drink cocktails are also included. And we're in opposition because I know in other jurisdictions where this kind of tax was imposed, it was never intended to be for alcoholic beverages. In fact, they would always specifically exclude alcoholic beverages, obviously from their perspective, because those beverages are by definition not sold to minors. The other concern is, unlike other beverages, the alcohol beverage industry is heavily regulated and heavily taxed. We pay taxes that no other product pays: federal excise tax, state excise tax, state sales tax. That is not the case with soft drinks and other sweetened beverages. We have an entire section of our general statutes that are dedicated to the regulation and taxation of alcoholic beverages. I believe this tax, which would be imposed at the distributor level and certainly passed on to the retail level, would become a cocktail tax, if you will, and an unnecessary tax on an industry right now that, believe it or not, and I'm not playing a violin here, but it's an industry that is under a bit of crisis right now. Family-owned businesses, package stores, et cetera, because of the decrease in the consumption of alcohol, which could or could not be considered a good thing. But because of that, the industry is certainly hurting. I'll pause there and turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you. So my name is Jude Malone. I'm with the Connecticut Beer Wholesalers Association. And while we also distribute spirit products, just on malt-based products specifically, not only do we have all those taxes that Larry just pointed out, but in addition, we have a handling fee, a deposit, and now possibly a sugar tax. And as Larry said, consumption is at an all-time low. And really what I think we're doing here is we're inviting consumers to go across state lines, purchase their containers and beverages there, and return them here. And as you know, and as I talk to you all the time about the concern with the deposit, right, and the cross-border fraud. And again, we would be then responsible for paying a deposit and handling fee that we didn't have the sale for because of our price differential. So, and with that, I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thank you, Jude. Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues of the committee. Obviously, Scott Dolge, Connecticut Restaurant and Hospitality Association. I've been up here last year to talk about this bill. I think I wanted to start by saying we support the efforts to ensure that children in Connecticut have access to nutritious meals. There's nothing that I want to be clear with that, but I also don't think this is the pathway, as I mentioned last year, and you'll see in my testimony, of adding a 2-cent tax at the end through the distributor that's going to be passed on to the businesses, then going to be passed on to consumers. Putting in broad sense, a 2-liter bottle of soda is an extra $1.35 on tax. And obviously the alcohol piece to this, but overall, I don't view this as, when you're targeting on specific products, creating concern, I think we need to find other ways to do this. But I think at the burden of us, I think some of the stat lines that you guys need to know, just left meetings down in DC nationally. Restaurants just got this updated stat. 42% of restaurants across the country last year were either broke even or lost money. That's the reality of what they're faced with. I think any added tax and burden on these businesses is something we need to look away from. We need to try to be helping them. But at the same time, we need to find other solutions and ways to support this worthy cause, but obviously not at the backs of small businesses. I'm happy to take questions, obviously, to this. So thank you.
Thank you. Representative Paletta.
Thank you so much for all of you for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, for the brief introduction. This is one of those topics where I think we can all agree that the end goal is very laudable. And I think there's the need across the state of Connecticut for meals, especially in those vulnerable communities. I struggle a little bit with the tax, as you all do. And I was just wondering if very briefly, one of you could just go into a little bit of what it may mean, particularly in hospitality, Scott, about, we are seeing the increase, the 1% on prepared foods. So it's the 7.35, which I think is, it has adversely impacted some establishments around Connecticut. We've also seen other increases, whether it be in wages, whether it be now we see energy increases. So it's like an attack on all fronts. And, I'm just wondering if briefly you could shed some light on, what this additional increase might mean for a small business owner.
No, Representative, thank you. I think you guys all know the added, cost that it is to run a business nowadays. It's not one thing. It's not labor. It's not just food. It's credit card fees. It's insurance. It's utilities. Everywhere they turn, there's increased costs. The only way restaurants and hotels can survive is by increasing their rates on their consumers, their customers. It's the last thing they want to do. And obviously this added tax also is concerning because this is at the kind of the distributor level, meaning they're going to pay the tax and they're not going to eat that cost. They're going to push it on to the businesses to pay more. And then obviously the consumer is going to go out and look for a drink. And I also think, trying to do bans or trying to tax might not be the solution we want from a healthier environment for people to choose. It is a choice, but I think that those are the concerns that we have specifically in our industry. Because you look at, it's also when we talk about the powders and sugars and syrup that is in this bill, it's what it creates. It's not, every ounce of syrup. It's if it creates 60 ounces of a product, that's what it's taxed on. An entire bottle of soda or a High Noon or things like that. It's the 12-ounce can, not the amount of sugar that's in there, and that's what it's taxed. So it becomes significant, and it'll add up quickly. And obviously, the hard part is consumers are going to go, I was here yesterday. Why is my soda now an extra $1? Why is my, a High Noon or Truly an extra 50, 75 cents? It's hard also for the consumer to show that the way that this is set up as well. So I think those are concerns that we have and try to find solutions to this, like the 1% meals and beverage tax goes to the general fund. It's done $570 million, just the 1% in the last 6 years alone. So there's other ways to find revenue. I don't think added new taxes to this industry should be one of them.
Thank you. And I would certainly support looking at that 1% added tax as maybe a means to partially fund this laudable goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Rader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you, Mr. Minority Leader, and all of you. Thankful that you came here to testify. And I can understand the points you raise. One of the things you brought up was about, losing business to borders, and there's data and research that proves that that's actually not the case in the cities that did establish this. So I just wanted to share that, and I can share that information with all of you. The other piece is, the end goal around this is obviously to address public health. It's not only about, the big goal and the really laudable goal that I think my colleague here pointed out is around universal school meals. And we know that, we have a hunger epidemic in Connecticut. We're the least funded state around food insecurity in all of New England. And one way that we could eradicate a large issue around that is feeding all of our kids. It's the easiest way to touch every family in this state is when you can feed the kids in the schools. So that's one of the goals here. But the larger goal here is also to address the same communities that suffer the most in terms of public health issues and personal health issues are the very districts we're trying to help the most. And so I just want to ask you, I believe in compromise. So I'm curious, instead of just saying flatly no to this, what would be your recommendations if you were asked to come to the table and make compromises around this? What would you consider a fair compromise?
I'll take a stab at that. And Representative, it is so hard to answer that question without sounding like, well, just don't touch us kind of thing. But it's like, it's like, how do you unring a bell? I mean, I don't know how you would do that. If alcohol is included in it, do you say, well, we'll only do it a penny? We'll only charge the amount of the syrup that's in it? The difficulty in trying to measure that is almost impossible to do. So I believe with all my heart, I served on a board of education. I'm involved with education, that what the goal is so laudable, no question about it. But how we fund that needs to be rethought. Our industries pay taxes in varying ways, and some might argue alcohol pays additional taxes more than most products. Those taxes go to the state to be used in varying ways. And if we believe that this is a priority, which I do, then we should look at the redistribution of the taxes that we currently take in to make sure that we fund the priorities we believe are priorities. In this case, giving free and reduced lunch, free or reduced lunch to every public school child in Connecticut. So I know that sort of sounds like a cop-out, like, well, what's your compromise? If you could explain to me how we might compromise, I'd be all ears. But it's one of those things where, how do you do that a little bit less than what's been proposed? I don't have the answer to that, and I'm not trying to be, cute about it. I really don't.
No, I appreciate that. And just to clarify, I'm not looking for you to lay out proposal right in front of me. But I think, when we try to get creative about how to solve problems, this is one of the things that's kind of been proven to have a really positive double-edged sword, where, you reduce the consumption of the very beverages that really cause a lot of public health issues. And you also really support public education and the kids in those buildings and their food insecurity and the food insecurity of their families. It has this very large ripple effect, and it's been proven in all studies. But I do want to just ask you one more question, and that is around, you're focusing on the alcoholic beverages. So am I to assume that you're not opposed to it being applied to other beverages? Because it seems like that seems to be your focus, and just want to give the opportunity to clarify that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think, having Larry and Jude up here, looking at how this now affects alcoholic beverages, I think for my stance, I think as a whole, I think taxing sugary and sweet beverages across the board, what we've seen in other states, other cities that this has happened, it actually hasn't resulted in the solutions that you want. I think to go back on your second question, Representative, your first question before, I'm always willing, we have a foundation. We teach over 1,800 kids in culinary high schools about, about better ways to utilize fruits and vegetables and how to cook and things like that makes them hopefully more better for life and what they know and choose. I think education's a big part of this. I think looking just to add tax and thinking that's going to be the solution that's going to stop people, as opposed to showing and sharing with them at the school level within their curriculums about how these are bad for you. Like that's a bigger part that I'd be willing to talk about, the same way as I talk to chefs all the time about the lack of vegetables, the lack of working with local farms within our schools anyway, to give them better products that they're seeing for maybe the first time in some of these schools. And they're going home and maybe they're asking for that as opposed to fried foods and other things of that. So I think there's a bigger conversation here to that first question of how we become a leader in Connecticut, to your point, that we need to do better. But I also just think from where I sit as a taxation side, I think, looking to tax this industry as a whole with sugars and powders and syrups shouldn't be the solution, as well as the alcoholic portion to it. I don't know if my colleagues want to chime in, but that would be my take on it.
Yeah, and I appreciate the conversation. That's what this is all about. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Rader. I thought I would just, I wanted to pick up on, I believe, Mr. Farrah's point about, like, I get that alcoholic beverages are in a completely different regulatory and tax environment. Obviously, the health concerns around alcohol we all know that, but you're already in a totally different position there. So I take your point on that. And I'm sure we'll hear testimony later drilling down on in addition to this bill is about funding school meals, but also about other after school programs. But so we will hear more testimony later about the actual health effects of sugary beverages, which I'm comfortable saying are pretty much without doubt. And I wonder whether you had pushback on that part of it. I know that's not your field, so you may not, but.
I feel like I'm taking all the questions. No, it's not. I'm not an expert. I think we all know, you guys see it with what's happening with Make America Healthy again down in DC, that I'm down there looking at the different products that are put into foods already in these conversations on both sides of the aisle. I don't want to sit here and say that we need to find solutions. I think I'm more here looking at the way this bill is drafted and saying it's a target at our industry specifically to help fix the problem, as opposed to I want to help solve the problem. I want to be a part of that solution, but not going and turning to my 9,000 restaurants and saying, hey, you're going to have an additional 200, 2,000. As we try to add it up, $3,000 in added taxes are going to be passed off to you by your distributor. And you're just going to have to figure that out, and how you're charging your customers. So I just think that's kind of where I sit. But yes, I totally agree. We need to have a bigger conversation about health of our foods and what's in our system around the country. And but I'm not an expert by any stretch. We'll probably have other experts up here later on talking.
Well, and to be fair, you actually commented a few minutes ago about introducing people to fresh food and vegetables and all that. I think
Sure.
that's also part of the picture. So, seeing no further questions, thank you for kicking us off today.
Thank you.
There are a number of people who have told us that they will not be testifying today. So I'm going to skip over those names. If for some reason you are here today and we've skipped your name, please bring that to the attention of our clerk and administrator. I believe next up is Dr. David Katz.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My thanks to Jim Williams and the Heart Association for facilitating my participation, and my thanks to the senators and representatives for providing the opportunity to address this issue, and to Representative Rader. I basically am inclined to say amen, because she kind of stole my thunder already and hit some of the pertinent highlights. I speak today as a physician, a public health practitioner, a Connecticut resident for just shy of 40 years, and a parent. And I want to thank you all for lending time and attention to this important legislation. I'm speaking in support because I think this has the potential to help fix three interrelated problems. The first is this provides a gentle but meaningful disincentive to buy and drink sugar-sweetened beverages, in particular soda. And that's a very good thing from a public health perspective. There are many liabilities of the prevailing American and Connecticut diet, and excess of added sugar is salient among them. So any effort that nudges people in the direction of consuming less sugar is a good thing. And of course, this is not a hardship. Thirsty people have alternatives that don't have added sugar, and that's really the direction people would be nudged to move in. The second critical issue is we've all heard the lore of breakfast, how important it is to eat. Actually, the only real research on that topic is about hungry kids in school. That's where all of the understanding about the importance of breakfast as the most important meal comes from, because kids in school who are food insecure and hungry are in a poor state to learn. And a universal free breakfast and lunch program solves that problem statewide, and specifically solves it for the families that are facing the greatest hardship. And generally, those families are financially challenged, better learners. Their children, as better learners, get better educations. And those better educations are the best means at our disposal to lift the families in our state that are struggling the most out of that financial hardship over time. The next generation can do better with a good education. So this is really an important investment in the well-being of Connecticut's children, in the well-being of Connecticut families, and ultimately over time, the Connecticut economy at large. And then the third key point is we are talking about meals that are provided to children statewide, and presumably that offers us some oversight of the quality of those meals. I just want to make sure everybody knows that the single leading predictor variable for all major chronic diseases, think heart disease, cancer, stroke, diabetes, all the bad stuff, and the single leading predictor variable for premature death from all causes in Connecticut and nationwide is an objective measure of overall diet quality. And these meals obviously have the potential to contribute to and elevate overall diet quality.
Your
And
3
this
minutes
will-
are up. If you could please summarize.
Sure. So there's the potential here to help curtail chronic disease over time in Connecticut as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for, no? Seeing no questions, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Edward Bowen. No. How about Kenneth Doutrich?
Yes,
Please correct my mangling of your name.
Doutrick.
Doutrich. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your floor is yours.
Yes, my name is Ken Doutrick, and I'm with a company called the Stats Group. It's a company that I formed a few years ago. I was at the University of Connecticut teaching survey research and polling for about 30 years. And related to this issue, I was contracted by the American Heart Association to conduct a study which involved a scientific sample of Connecticut residents on health, nutrition, and the role that Connecticut schools play in health and nutrition of Connecticut youth. And it's a long survey. I submitted the report, but here I just want to highlight 3 questions that seem most relevant to this hearing. The first question read specifically, what do you think about a law that would provide all children in Connecticut schools with no-cost healthy meals during the school day? And we asked people whether they supported or opposed that. We found that fully 93% of Connecticut residents, and these are residents statewide, so people who are residents of Connecticut and at least 18 years of age, 93% supported the idea of a Connecticut law that would provide no-cost healthy meals to all children during the school day. So that's one of the important questions among many. The second question that I'd like to highlight is, what do you think about a law in Connecticut that would establish a state tax on sugary drinks to help fund providing no-cost healthy meals to all children in school during the school day? We found that 80% said that they supported that law. Again, a law in Connecticut that would establish a state tax on sugary drinks to help fund providing no-cost healthy meals to all children during the school day. And then the final question that I'll highlight here is, if this tax on sugary drinks was 2 cents per ounce, and you knew that the tax would fund free meals for all children in Connecticut schools every day, would you support or oppose it? And we found again that 80% supported the idea of the sugary tax drink at 2 cents per ounce. So there are lots of questions that we asked in the survey. By the way, it was a sample of 500 residents, so the sampling error is plus or minus 4%. It's fairly good, reliable sampling of Connecticut residents. And overall, we found very strong support for the law that's being proposed, both in concept and for the tax on sugary drinks. I'll be happy to take any questions if anyone has them.
Thank you. Representative Rader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dutrick. I wanted to just ask you a quick question about the poll. Were there any results that surprised you either in a positive way or a negative way around the results, given your experience around this and other, the topics included in the poll? Were you surprised? I read through the data as myself, and I was happily surprised, but I'm just curious if you could comment to that in terms
I
of
think that the thing that surprised me most is, we as pollsters, we ask lots of questions about lots of topics in, statewide polls and national polls and even more local polls. Rarely do you see this level of agreement or support for a particular proposal. 93%. I mean, it's hard to get more than 55 or 60% of Americans or Connecticut residents to agree to anything lately in this political environment. But the fact that 93% said that they supported the overall concept for this law, and 80% were willing to support a tax. That this is also a political environment where we see not many people are willing to support increased taxes on anything. But I guess to answer your question, what was most surprising is the very strong, the vast amount of support for the law, and the very high percentage of people who are willing to support the tax on sugary drinks to support it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to clarify, did the poll ask about a sugary drinks tax, or was it just a statewide tax in general? Or did you ask multiple questions?
Multiple questions. So we asked about, I'll read the text word for word as we asked it to residents. Would you support a law in Connecticut that would establish a state tax on sugary drinks to help fund providing no-cost healthy meals to all children during the school day? So that was one question that got 80% support. The other tax question was, if the tax on sugary drinks was 2 cents per ounce and you knew that the tax would fund free meals for all children in Connecticut schools every day, would you support or oppose it? And we found 80% said that they would support it.
Thank you. So it was specifically to sugary drinks then?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thanks for joining us this morning. Afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Gina Rustici. Chris Herb.
Hello, my name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent heating, fuel, and motor fuels marketers in Connecticut. Our motor fuels members own, operate, and distribute fuel to over 1,000 convenience stores throughout the state. Today, we're here in opposition to House Bill 5339 regarding tobacco regulation. Our members share the commitment of protecting underage people from tobacco products. We endorse and our members embrace a program that provides them training called the We Card. You've probably seen it in a number of convenience stores when you've gone to purchase an item. And while we think this bill's intent is understandable, several provisions would unintentionally impose significant and unnecessary burdens on local small businesses. I just want to remind the committee that in 1979, the legislature divorced refiners from owning and operating gas stations. So when you walk into your local convenience store, it is owned by one of our members typically, or a family. So we believe that the standards that are being proposed in the bill are unrealistic or impractical. one of the most concerning provisions would require distributors and retailers to certify that a manufacturer upstream from us of tobacco products comply with federal law, specifically the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. In practice, this requirement is not feasible. Retailers do not have the ability to verify whether a manufacturer on the national level is compliant with federal regulatory requirements. That responsibility properly belongs to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, which Congress empowers to oversee that. Requiring retailers to certify manufacturers comply would be would really be putting us in a very bad spot. It would be the equivalent of asking that soft drink manufacturers comply with the food and convenience stores that sell soft drinks to comply with the Food and Cosmetic Act, liquor stores to certify that the people who sell them products upstream are in compliance with the Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau. It's just to have small family and businesses, and I can tell you, I grew up, my parents owned a convenience store in Naugatuck without gasoline, just a convenience store for over 40 years. And to think that they would they'd be placed in a position to figure out whether the distributors that they bought products from are in compliance with federal law on the local level, we would never have been able to remain in business for 40 years. They just would not have the sophistication to be able to do that. So just speaking from my own experience, on behalf of the 1,000 convenience stores that we represent, I would ask that this bill not move forward. We're more than willing to work with you to try to get to the crux of the problem. We just don't believe that this language gets us there, and it exposes us to unnecessary penalty and worse. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a first question for you. Do you, given what you just said about the difficulty of making sure that your retailer, the difficulty of an individual retailer ascertaining that certain products are following the federal rules, is it your view that an individual retailer has any responsibility whatsoever for the legality or of the products on their shelves?
No, absolutely. I mean, what I'm saying is the complexity of requiring a retailer to understand what the federal FDA regulations and laws are, and then having them be able to understand that to enforce it on this level, I think goes further than the tip. Don't sell to someone under 21. We have training programs for that. We understand it. All of the laws that are currently oversee our industry, I think we do a really good job. I'm not saying that there are not bad actors, but this one seems to go a little further than the current obligations we have to make sure that we are in compliance with the law and taking seriously not selling to underage people.
So and I'll let others ask more questions, but just so I'm clear, you're not saying that it's never appropriate, beyond age carding people and keeping minors from purchasing these things. It's not, you're not saying, I don't believe, that it's never appropriate to charge an individual retailer to have some responsibility for the products on their shelves. It's just that this is a step too far.
Correct. Yes. I mean, for example, the regulatory environment at the FDA in terms of what products are permitted to be sold while they're under review versus which ones aren't. And when that time's out, to be legally selling a product on one day, but 180 days later, that product may no longer be legal and it's already in our inventory. That would seem to be very difficult to be able to, for small family-owned businesses that have owned these stations for generations, to suddenly have to understand that environment.
Thank you. Representative Rader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I have two questions for you. So, right, a small business owner, I understand that, you don't want to create more onerous processes, but they are selling a product that is highly regulated. And there are bad actors who will sell unregulated products and create harm and danger for consumers. So you can understand why this bill is really important. So I guess my first question to you is if there could be a better way to help business owners understand this process in terms of a certification that all cigarettes and tobacco products offered for sale by the applicant comply with federal and state law, including, if there was more education or clarification around that, do you think that might be an opportunity so that because I understand the FDA and that, things can take time and things are offered and then pulled back. We're just trying to keep our community safe and especially our kids. And so could you see a place where that might be an opportunity to make this language better or
I would
help
start.
small business owners?
Yeah, I would start with saying that I do agree that there are bad actors, and I believe those bad actors are going to continue to act badly, regardless of whether this bill passes or not. So I think that your problem is still going to, that problem is still going to exist. What I'm trying to protect is the folks like my parents who would never, I just don't, my dad's probably going to kill me after he sees this, but I don't think that they would be able to keep up with it so that they were in compliance. I think that upstream enforcement is where it can be. If we can't buy the product from them, then we can't sell it unless you are the bad actor that goes seeks out that product. I believe that they should be punished to the full extent. And I think if it was catered towards retailers who have histories of violating the law. And I'll give you an example. 2 sessions ago, you guys banned, even though the FDA allowed THC to be in certain drinks because they were manipulating the amount of THC by per serving. When that law passed, the upstream suppliers of that came to all of the engineers and said, you have to pull this up. You got to get it out of your stores immediately or you're going to be fined. The products that the cigarette manufacturers or the tobacco manufacturers are doing, I don't see that happening, especially because if it's still being allowed by the FDA in Connecticut, I don't see them coming in to say, we sold you a legal product. Now you're going to have to continue to, or it's not my obligation. It's the retailer's obligation. So like I said, I think upstream enforcement to the manufacturing side, the people who have regulatory counsel, they have staffs of dozens and dozens of people is a better place. Not mom and pop. My dad get up at 4 a.m. to open that up, and my mom would close at 8 p.m. They had no part-time employees. I don't know if they'd even have time to be able to figure out what FDA has approved or what hasn't been approved. If one of their suppliers sold it to them, they would believe that it was legal. They wouldn't seek those products out.
Yeah, and I'll push back on that a little bit again, because if you're a business owner, you should understand what products you're purchasing and selling to your customers. It shouldn't be like, I don't understand it enough, so I'm just going to like relinquish my responsibility to the good chair's point. But I'm not putting that on you. I'm making kind of a clarification there. And this bill does seek to kind of go after bad actors more and deeper in the bill. You'll see that, there's really hefty penalties for bad actors and, really pinning down who those business owners are, if they have any outstanding, violations, et cetera. So that there is that language in there. And I can appreciate, the husband and wife who just starting a business, but there really should be some sort of ownership in terms of what products they're representing. And I think that's what we're trying to get at and some responsibility around that. So I appreciate you being here and offering your testimony. So thank you.
We want to work with you on that. Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Chris. Could you repeat what you said earlier about some product that I think it was THC, the amounts were changed, and who was it that notified the stores to take it off the shelves?
The manufacturer, the upstream manufacturer did that. But it wasn't that it was that upstream manufacturer when they worked with our industry to make sure that those products were removed from the shelves, was in response to a Connecticut law. I think that our concern about this one is the confusion between a product that FDA has allowed to be sold to us. And then if the state decided that product had to be pulled because, like you said, it had to be pulled from our shelves, I think that's where it could break down, which is different than what happened with the THC drinks.
I'll play devil's advocate for a moment, because I know Chris Herb, and he's as credible and as you can tell today in his testimony, he's not, blindly, at least my experience with him and the association is not blindly seeing things through one lens. So my question is that what this provision seeks to do, a reasonable responsibility for your association to inform your members?
Yes, but I think there's something like 1,400 convenience stores throughout the state. I wish they were all paying us, but they don't. So we communicate with the ones that we have relationships with so that there would be people who would fall through the cracks.
But I'm saying in terms of what you're saying, the individual mom and pop shops cannot handle, is that something that your association would do to maintain a working knowledge of what federal law is or isn't and or regulation is or isn't and inform your members?
Yeah, we don't have expertise. Like, I don't follow FDA regulations. If this were to pass, we would have to find a way, maybe pay a consultant or someone to be able to work with us so that we were aware when a product may have moved from a legal status to no longer legal under this. So yeah, we would play an important role in educating our members that, and hopefully that, I think there's a few agencies that are mentioned in here, like DCP and DRS, and we typically, when things like this happen, we go to the agencies and say, how can we work together to communicate so that we're on the same page?
And I don't know, maybe I will by the time we act on this, Madam Chair, but are there multiple points of, or is it FDA only is where the information is coming out of?
My understanding and my reading was FDA, that this is where that is, where that starts. One of the things that I, after reading it and asking my members about it, that struck me the most is the period in which a product may not be approved, but is under review, can still be sold, which I was a little surprised to find out. But that period of time is one in which I think where a lot of people could get caught in a trap, where they have a product on their shelves. It was legal one day and it's not the next. And that would in part be our responsibility to at least our members to be informed that they have to get those off the shelves.
I'll delay my further questions, Madam Chair, to another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, we have Bridget Quinn. Welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me okay? Yep, great.
We
Chair
can.
Thank you, Chair Horn, Chair Bonfara, sorry. Members of the committee, my name is Bridget Quinn, and I am here on behalf of Teamsters Joint Council 10 New England, which essentially means 53,000 Teamsters spread across 6 New England states. So thank you for the opportunity to come here before you today and testify on this legislation that would impose a tax on many of our beverages that my members produce and deliver and distribute in the state of Connecticut. So if Connecticut adopts this beverage tax, it will directly affect our industry across the state. When demand drops, the result could mean reduced hours for our members on the job loss, and in worst case, facility closures, which puts a lot of our members at risk for, losing their ways that they support their family. And we have seen this happen. When a beverage tax was passed in Philadelphia, local businesses suffered, and union members, truck drivers, grocery clerks, and workers at distribution plants, among others, lost their jobs. This proposed tax would fall directly on the men and women who make, move, and deliver these products every single day. And additionally, a tax of this kind is regressive in nature, meaning it would disproportionately impact and hurt those who can at least afford it. Low and middle income families are already facing rising costs in nearly every aspect of their daily lives. Adding another tax on consumer goods will only increase that pressure. Rather than strengthening Connecticut's economy, this bill may do quite the opposite. And I want to be clear. I want to, really thank Governor Lamont for funding school breakfast in his FY 2027 budget. No person, no child should ever go hungry. However, using a beverage tax as a funding mechanism in this bill, I think that, we can do better. We can work together to find other ways to tackle food insecurity. And we're happy to work with the committee to do that, obviously. Taxing sugar sweetened beverages is not a practical solution to our public health concerns. And I think if this bill passed, it would create serious unintended consequences, which is job loss for our members. I think we can keep folks employed in their good jobs, their family sustaining jobs with family sustaining incomes, and also tackle food insecurity at the same time. One does not have to negatively impact the other. And so I just wanted to recommend or ask the committee to give pause to this bill moving forward. And that's all I have for today. I know you have a full docket of people that are signed up to testify.
We always appreciate an array of perspectives, so thank you for providing yours. Seeing no questions, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jordan Coe.
Good afternoon to the chairs, ranking members, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Jordan Coe. I'm the president and co-owner of Waverly Markets. We own and operate 3 ShopRite supermarkets in Vernon, Manchester, and East Hartford. Let me start by saying that we agree on the problem, but not on this particular solution. Our family business has been a part of these communities for many years. Beyond simply operating grocery stores, we see our role as community partners. We actively support local food insecurity initiatives and work closely with area schools where our in-store dietitians, free of charge to the community, provide nutrition education, guidance, and resources to students and families. We are proud to play a role in helping residents make informed, healthy choices while ensuring that they have access to affordable food. And that's why we're very worried about proposals to impose a beverage tax. Such a tax would directly affect the consumers that we are trying to serve every day, many of whom are already dealing with the high cost of groceries and other essentials. Raising the price of common beverage products would make grocery bills even higher for families in our community. From a business perspective, the impact could be significant. These categories represent a crucial part of our overall store sales and attract customers. A tax like this could cause sales declines of up to 20% in those categories as consumers either buy less or shop across state lines, which is exactly what happened in Philadelphia. And when they cross state lines with their beverage purchases, they take their whole basket with them. If those impacts happen, it becomes more difficult for businesses like Waverly Markets to keep investing in the services and community partnerships that our neighborhoods depend on, including our efforts to address food insecurity and support of local schools. We take pride in serving East Hartford, Vernon, and Manchester and beyond, and we want to remain strong partners in these communities. A beverage tax would make that work harder while adding financial strain on the families that we serve. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to consider the unintended consequences of a beverage tax and its potential effects on both local businesses and the communities we serve. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective.
Thank you for joining us. Seeing no questions, we will move on to Kate Sweeney.
Good afternoon, Senator Bonfara and Representative Horn. My name's Kate Sweeney. I'm one of the leaders with the Connecticut Project. I'm a resident of Meriden, and I'm here today in support of House Bill 5114 to establish a renter's tax credit for Connecticut residents. As many of us know, the cost of living is getting higher and higher every day. Nothing is coming down in prices. It's outrageous how hard it's become to live in Connecticut. Now, renters are already paying property taxes. It's estimated that about 20% of our rent is going into those property taxes for their landlords' properties. The landlords are getting the tax relief there, but the renters aren't. And we don't feel that that's fair. I'm asking the committee to pass House Bill 5114 with a fully refundable tax credit for households earning under $75,000 with a maximum of $25,000 per household. That means 300,000 working class renter household could get nearly 3 million back in their pockets, claimed at tax time, with protections that keep landlords from ever knowing what tenants received. So working class renters, they're your constituents. They're out there, they're voters, they're active in our community, they're working, and it's time to make Connecticut more affordable and more fair for all of us. This is money that can be used to address food insecurity. They can put aside money for their kids' education, an emergency fund. So yeah, House Bill 5114, please support this with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us here today. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next. Next up, we have, I believe, a panel with Mary Wick and a couple of other people who will introduce themselves when they are given the opportunity.
Am I not on? Thank you. My name is Mary Wick. I'm the owner of the Westbrook Inn and the Captain Standard Bed and Breakfasts in Westbrook, Connecticut. I'm also the president of the Connecticut Lodging Association, and I'm joined here today with our outgoing executive director, Jenny Kozlowski, and our day one executive director, Suzanne J. Cahill. But today I'm going to speak to you as a business owner, a small business owner. I'm here to support HB 5536, an act establishing a state short-term rental registry, specifically that portion of this bill. So in 2019, I followed my dream, as many people do, to buy a bed and breakfast. And it was a great experience. But in order to open up that bed and breakfast, we went through several steps to operate a business in this state. We needed to get a tax ID number, set up a corporation, get business insurance. We needed to apply for business licenses and comply with annual inspections, including health and fire. And the list goes on. And this happens on an annual basis. In 2020, we purchased a home in Old Saybrook. And after COVID, we decided to list it as an Airbnb, as we weren't going to live there any longer. We created a profile and we were booked solid through the summer. It was as easy as that. Guests paid occupancy tax through the Airbnb platform, and the revenue we generated, we claimed as income. But there were no obligations, licenses, insurance, there were no inspections required, and we were able to put as many people in that one home as we were able to have in our bed and breakfast. So I just wonder, what's the disparity when you're operating a property as a business? Why is it so different to operate an Airbnb, a short-term rental, not just Airbnb, short-term rental, as it is a commercial business? The short-term rental market is a $68 billion business in the United States, and it's expected to grow 20% by 2030. It's not just on the shoreline or resort areas. As a matter of fact, the towns that have been identified as the best investment markets in 2026 include Stamford, Greenwich, Westport, Montville, Weston, and Wilton, to name a few. The Connecticut Lodging Association and myself personally are not opposed to short-term rentals. We see them as part of the overall lodging universe. However, we recognize that they operate by a very different set of rules. Establishing a statewide short-term rental registry as an important first step in understanding what that industry is in the state of Connecticut. So this uneven playing field, I respectfully ask you to consider enacting this bill, and I'll pass it on.
Hi there, my name's Suzanne Cahill. I'm the newest executive director for the Connecticut Lodging Association, and I'm grateful to be here today. Thank you all for your good service. In regards to Ray's bill, number 5536, an act establishing a state short-term rental registry and authorizing an optional municipal supplemental tax on short-term rentals. The bill highlights the concern that short-term rentals may have an unfair advantage over hotels, inns, and bed and breakfasts. Establishments which are already written and required and are subject to existing taxes. However, as currently written, the bill is confusing and lacks clarity. It creates the potential for double taxation. It is the opinion of the CLA that the legislation should be bifurcated. One bill should focus solely on establishing a registry for short-term rentals, such as Airbnbs and VRBO properties. A separate bill should then address the appropriate framework for taxing these specific types of rentals. Furthermore, the CLA supports the establishment of a short-term rental registry to promote the safety, accountability, and transparency. A statewide registry would help ensure that short-term rental properties comply with applicable health, safety, and local zoning requirements, while also providing municipalities with reliable information about the number and location of these rental operating within their jurisdictions. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Ginny Kozlowski, the outgoing Executive Director of the Connecticut Lodging Association. So thank you for letting me be here today. Senator Fonfara, Representative Horn, as my colleagues have shared, Connecticut is looking to establish a statewide short-term rental registry as a first step. Connecticut would not be alone in taking this approach. Other states already allow state and local taxation of short-term rentals. For example, Rhode Island applies statewide sales and lodging taxes to short-term rentals and includes a local hotel tax, along with additional tax on whole home
Your
short.
time is up. If you could please wrap up.
So
Thank you.
similarly, Massachusetts also has a local option tax. So we're asking you to support HB 5536 to establish a statewide short-term rental registry. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether you will have a response to this question, but one of the challenges here, we have already passed legislation that allows individual municipalities to create registries. So a challenge in this area, I think some of you at least have testified at looking for a statewide policy. And given the diversity of issues in different municipalities who are looking to do different things, it is, and it's at least it's my understanding that most other regions who have considered this have done it on the municipal level, not on the state level. And I wondered if you had any comments on that challenge.
So I'll speak in reference to my town in particular. I'm part of the town center revitalization in the River Cog. I think that there is a shortage of help to be able to administer something like a municipal registry. So in some towns, they've become issues or they are starting to see things change. We were speaking earlier about when the town gets to be a high percentage of short-term rentals, you don't have the same volunteerism in the town. You don't have the same kind of population in your town. So I think that it's challenging for a lot of the small towns to be able to handle it from a municipal perspective. And I do believe that, you know, we have some examples where states are the ones that are actually administering this registry. Massachusetts, I believe, is one where the state requires and manages the registry.
Rhode Island, for example, has both a statewide registry and a local registry, and they are at two different goals. One is on the statewide level for the overview for the entire state. In the town of Narragansett, they do it as a way of managing a high population of college students and a large tourist transient folks that come in. So each town may have its own registry, but it's encompassed by a statewide registry, just so that you have consistency. And all these towns are impacted differently, so there shouldn't necessarily be a one size for the municipality and a different standard for a different municipality.
Also, data. I think that data is very important to the state. How many there are, how many people are coming there, what could the revenues look like, how does that affect tourism? I think data is very important.
Thank you. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the panel for being here today. I admit this is a topic that I know has been brought up in the past. And Mary, thank you. I know you've been before the committee before. I certainly want to be able to learn a little bit more on it before we take action on it. I was just wondering if one of you briefly could go into a little description of what you believe in this bill might make it more palatable, something that might, you know, an addition or subtraction from the bill, an amendment that, you know, make it more palatable, particularly to your industry. I know, you know, obviously there's a concern around this in Connecticut, but we have heard similar bills to this in the past, even around the peer-to-peer, the cars. So is there something that maybe you can expound on a little bit more that would help move the bill forward, in your opinion?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think that our focus was really on a registry to start. So really understanding how many properties within the state are short-term rentals. And we've talked about safety, we've talked about affordable housing. There's a number of reasons why that kind of data and information would be hugely valuable. Again, we are not looking to they're part of the lodging universe, and we absolutely believe that there's a place for them. I think that as we mentioned, we've owned them and we stay in them. But really, the industry it's an industry now. I mean, it is a business and they operate very, very differently. So we would love to see the registry as the first step in being able to understand what this industry is to our state.
And once we have a registry, we can then work with you on policy to make the experience for the guest and for the owner the best possible experience.
Thank you. Representative Rader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you all. I just had a quick question for you regarding, in the bill, it's allowing municipalities. I mean, they already have, as Rep. Horn referred to, they're already empowered to create local policy around this and ordinances. But can you think of a model policy, like local policy, that you've considered successful in Connecticut? If we're going to consider, because they're kind of carved out of this, if they've already got an established policy that you think is successful as a model for beyond the state registry, but if local municipalities decided to do something, and I know it's very specific to, the area and the businesses that, take place there, but I'm just curious if you could offer any insight into that.
I don't have any at this time, but I could look further into
That'd be
it.
great. Thank you. Because I know there's about 13 municipalities or so right now in Connecticut that have their own kind of local ordinances around this. And for various reasons, right? And they're all very different. But and then my follow-up question to that is, in looking at a state registry, you're saying for now, right? You would like to see, but beyond that, what are you, I'm curious, that kind of sparked my interest. So what are you curiously thinking, would go beyond that, and why? And I'll leave it at that.
I think that this is a very, it's a new industry, right? You don't even think of it as an industry. It's started as, someone wanted to couch surf, and it has now become something that is extraordinary. VRBO, which is the property rental, is over 30% of Expedia's, who's the parent company, their overall revenue, and it's growing. And you're starting to see companies even like Marriott that actually manage short-term rentals. So I think that the first thing is, let's understand what it actually means to our state. And to do that through one consistent registry being statewide is what we see as the first step. The second step is, what does that then mean? Is there something, we know that there are some municipalities that limit them completely. We're not necessarily saying that that's the right thing to do, but we are trying to understand how that fits into the overall landscape of the state of Connecticut and how it might impact things like getting a business license. If you are 100% of the time a short-term rental, does that look different than what now might be, I rent my house out a few weeks a year during the summer? And short-term rental is 30 days or less. So it doesn't impact things like academic rentals. It doesn't impact, people who are going to live more than a month at a property. It's basically nightly rentals.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mary. I read your testimony last night, heard it now, Suzanne too, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name.
Ginny.
Ginny, thank you. So I'm looking at, Mary, what you first brought up on the health and safety inspections, fire inspections, which probably might not be happening with the short-term rentals as they are. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I've had conversations with our health department within the town and our fire marshal, and they're not sure what to do because it is a lot. Well, they wouldn't even know where to go.
Yeah.
And so there is no other kinds of inspections that are required. There's nothing around a self-reported, I have I have fire detectors, I have smoke detectors. So it would all be self-reported. There's no other inspections that take place.
Well, and I know for vacationers or particularly for college students, parents would want to know that the short-term rentals are safe and verified by someone if people are making money off renting out their lodging. Suzanne, you mentioned dividing the bill into two, having a registry first and then allowing a tax process. Because even in this bill, it is, as Rep. Rader said, it is an option to municipalities to tax. It's not actually going to tax unless they want to, perhaps to pay for all the extra services they need on the inspections. What would you put inspections into that registry as part as gathering the information, making a registry and setting up requirements for these units?
Would we make inspections as part of this bill?
As you had recommended doing two bills, a registry bill and a taxing bill.
Yes, because currently, hotels, inns, and bed and breakfasts are, because they're registered, they're paying taxes. And so if you read through the bill, you'll see it doesn't actually specify that there are these entities that are established, because ultimately inns, bed and breakfasts, and hotels are short-term rentals, right? Nobody's staying there for longer than that period of time. So it doesn't delineate which is a short-term rental versus which is an inn or a hotel and a bed and breakfast, which is already subject to municipal and state taxation. So we're just trying to make it so that the playing field is certainly level.
Great, thank you.
Can I make a comment on the inspections? So across the street from one of our inns, there's a short-term rental. Very nice. We partner with them. So we've recommended someone to go there. Those folks called in the middle of the night saying, can you please, please, please find another place for us to go? Because when we turned on the faucet, the water smelled like sewer. And so that's an example of if there were any kind of health inspections required, which we think might be a next step. Again, just understanding what we have, it might be a really great reason as one example for why you would want to ensure that there's health and safety with each one of the rental properties.
Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mary and Jeannie and Susan for your testimony today. Very much also appreciate the offline engagement on this issue. As you all know, I represent a district that has been intimately impacted by the proliferation of short-term rentals. Groton, Mystic, and Stonington, especially in the summer months. We've seen many what used to be apartments or workforce housing transform to summer rentals, really year-round, and certainly welcome tourism, right? And we celebrate tourism and visitors to our communities. But I have a great fear that we will continue seeing the hollowing out of many neighborhoods and families that is not just specific to my district. We're seeing it across the state. So this is also a housing affordability issue. And I think it really should be framed as such because we want to be a state that welcomes families here and also welcome tourists as well. They're not mutually exclusive. My question to you is, what are you seeing in some of our surrounding states with respect to short-term rental regulations, or most specifically on the registry side of things? Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York have moved in that direction. So if you could quickly speak to some of those issues.
So Rhode Island has had a registry in effect since 2021. They started off as just an informational registry. This year, fiscal year 26, they have just implemented a surcharge on the hotel tax, or it is a hotel tax. I think Massachusetts, it's a statewide registry, but each of their counties have their own taxing options. So each state has its opportunity to do something different. We've seen some places like Charleston, South Carolina, that only limits the number of short-term rentals to 178. So there is not a standardized process across the country, which one of the things that is a disadvantage to the consumer is when they are booking, say here in Connecticut or Rhode Island or South Carolina, they don't necessarily know what the process has been for that short-term rental. So that's why we're hoping that Connecticut will pass a short-term registry as a place to start so that we can build from there, so that we're assuring that the consumer is going to have a great experience and a safe experience.
And lastly, can you speak to the issue of who should be managing a short-term rental registry? I would note the Department of Revenue Services is already in a position to collect the lodging taxes, as they've done with short-term rentals for some time, the 15% lodging tax. And so, again, it's very difficult to lie to the taxman, for example, right? And DRS is already receiving this information from our short-term rental companies, right? Airbnb, VRBO, making those quarterly tax payments. I know there are some issues regarding municipal disaggregation, which we're getting at in this bill. We don't have to get into that right now. But can you speak to why it's important that the statewide registry should be across the board for all 169 municipalities, even if a municipality has a registry or database or list on their own?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So I think that we see DRS as being a natural place that would handle the registry. Yes, they currently are getting the taxes. And again, there's lots of really wonderful property owners who are listing through these platforms and they're paying their occupancy tax. It comes in an aggregate. And I know that it would be very challenging for them to collect all of those taxes individually. But as long as DRS is collecting the tax in aggregate from the platforms that are renting, having them also have, I mean, we got a business license, we got a tax ID through DRS in order to operate our businesses. So it's already set up and it's a natural place for people to be able to register those businesses.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for all three of you joining in the panel.
Thank you.
It helps make the conversation substantive. Next up, we have Venus Morales. No. How about Kevin McCurry?
Good afternoon.
Good
members,
afternoon.
Members of the Finance Committee. My name is Kevin McCurry. I live in Naugatuck, Connecticut. And I support the bill HB 5114. I hope that the working class and the people that are on Social Security who need some help at the end of the year would get some help with this renter's tax credit bill. Giving back a little bit at the end of the year would help. As for me, I'm on Social Security disability. I'm on a fixed income. And I struggle every day with bills and the high cost of living, like gas, electric, and so on. Our neighbors and the working class people could use the help at the end of the year. And I believe that this bill would give back just a little bit. It's a start for us. And I just want to thank you for your time.
And thank you for taking the time to share your experience with us. It does matter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Cheryl Brunstad, who I believe is also testifying on a panel or is joined by one other person.
Yes, hi, my name is Kim Brunstad. Can you hear me, Chairperson?
Sorry, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your public service on behalf of the citizens of the state of Connecticut. I truly appreciate that you're taking time to discuss this bill. I have very ardent feelings on this. I'm a long-term, short-term rental host, and I would urge you all to vote no regarding House Bill 5536. By way of background, I've been a resident of the town of Madison since 2018. I moved here after my divorce. I'm 63 years old, and I hope to retire this year or next year. My ability to rent out my carriage house is absolutely essential to my retirement. I've successfully rented it out for about 7 seasons now, from May to September. Contrary to prior testimony, I do not have water issues. I have insurance. I'm an insurance attorney, actually. I rent out my house at most to 1 to 3 guests. I don't churn guests. I provide what I view as a public service in terms of being an ambassador for the town and for the state. I've had 0 issues, and it's absolutely essential to my retirement. My biggest point is that almost all of the money I earn on Airbnb goes back to the state via the occupancy tax, and it goes back to the town of Madison. My property taxes last year went from $14,000 to $18,000. My exclusive Airbnb earnings go directly towards that. I also pay homeowners and flood insurance of about $6,000 a year. My Airbnb earnings go for that. I also pay my Madison car tax with those earnings. So in essence, I essentially remit all of my money with a little bit on the side for me back to the town of Madison. It's vital for my retirement. Additional tax on us. We are not an inn. We are not a hotel. I rent generally to 1 person, sometimes 2. I rent to grandparents coming to see grandkids for graduations. I rent to grandchildren and their parents coming back to see grandma and grandpa. It's just not the same thing. Second, we already incur significant costs of doing business. Contrary to the prior testimony, we pay state occupancy taxes. We pay a guest service fee to Airbnb. We pay out of a 9-day, $225 a night past seasonal event with a couple. I got $2,000 basically back to me. The state of Connecticut got $333.75. Airbnb had some guest service fees. They had $680 back. So 1/3 of my earnings went to the state and Airbnb fees. The rest went to the town of Madison because I used that money to pay part of my $17,000 in property tax. I also would like to stress that this allows for a far more affordable option. Connecticut beaches are super expensive. I love the Madison Beach Hotel, but in July, if you can even find a room, 2 double beds in a room is about $1,000 a night. Okay, I'm $225 a night for a nice little couple, or maybe a grandma going to see a grandson. June is about $600 a night. You can't even get a room. All of August 2026 is completely sold out. So I would argue we're providing a far more affordable option to come to the beach and to have a nice experience there. I also perform a public service for this town of Madison. I serve as a Goodwill ambassador. I have all
Ms.
kinds of
Brunstad?
pamphlets. Yes.
Could I just, my impression was that you were sharing your testimony with another person. Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes, so I will yield to her
Good
now.
summarize. Thank you. Britta McBride, I believe you're online. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Committee Co-Chair, Representative Horn, Ranking Member Representative Paletta, and Chair Fanfara. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to provide comments on Raise Bill 5536. I am Britta McBride. I'm the Public Policy Manager for Airbnb in New England. Our company provides a peer-to-peer platform for Connecticut hosts to create connections with guests by renting their homes, generate income that helps residents, your constituents, afford the rising cost of living, and brings revenue to their communities in the state. In 2024, we collected and remitted $17 million in occupancy taxes in Connecticut and our guests and hosts contributed $93.9 million in non-occupancy tax revenues generated through spending at local shops and restaurants and on services like cleaning and contractors. I'm here to state our opposition to House Bill 5536, which creates a confusing system of registration and inequitably authorizes local governments to pass additional taxes on short-term rentals, but not hotels. This is in addition to the existing 15% state occupancy tax. Here in Connecticut, 80% of Airbnb's hosts have a single listing, and the typical host rents their home for 50 or fewer nights a year. What these numbers tell us is that these listings are overwhelmingly homes our hosts live in, like Kim, and rent occasionally. These homes are people's property. 44% of Airbnb hosts report that income generated from hosting has helped them stay in their homes. As such, any regulation of that property should be clear, balanced, and preserve the benefits of hosting for residents and the local economy. This bill establishes a registration regime resulting in the publication of homeowners' personal information, creating for them privacy and safety risks. The implementation and administration costs of this registry are likely significant for the Connecticut DRS as well. So too is the potential privacy and safety costs to our host constituents. In addition, we oppose authorizing a local tax that applies to short-term rentals but not to hotel stays. In the case of STRs, the vast majority of the revenue generated by STR activity remains not only in the state, but in the communities where people stay, in the pockets of hosts and guest spending in small businesses and communities throughout Connecticut, and in statewide occupancy taxes.
Your time is up. If you could please summarize.
Absolutely. Connecticut currently treats STRs and hotels the same under current taxation law, and we ask that that equity be maintained. If the state decides to authorize an optional local occupancy tax to fund housing, maximize that revenue and apply it to both STRs and hotel rooms. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Representative Rader has questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim and Brett. A quick question for Kim first. So Kim, I live right next door and represent part of Guilford, right next door to you in Madison. And I appreciate your testimony. And I also have the question, as the language is currently written in the bill, nothing would change in terms of what you are doing right now. And so the only obligation that would be put on you as the property owner is to register your property and pay the $100 fee. The other piece of the legislation that says municipalities may create their own local ordinances around and levy a tax, that's a may, so that's not a given. So I just wanted to make sure, I just wanted to get your perspective on that, because all the things you enumerated that you are doing and the costs of having this property are understandable, but they are all based on current statutes around, tax obligations and other things and insurance obligations. So I just wanted to ask you that question, how would this registry negatively impact you and your business in running the Airbnb?
Well, I do think it's onerous. I think that, this is a mom and pop type of business. The other proponents are talking about things like having inspections, fire inspections. I have fire alarms. I have requirements for my insurance company. I'm a mom and pop type of business. I don't think that that is necessary. If I had had any kind of issues, the insurance company wouldn't have wanted to renew my insurance policy. And we have protection also through Airbnb. But I just think that when you're talking about a hotel having to go through a lot of hoops, that's one thing. But you got a grandmother and me, a 63-year-old who's just trying to rent out on a limited basis. I think it's just one more set of hoops that's setting up for another larger set of hoops. And I object to it. I don't think it's necessary, and I don't think it's a good idea. If you're talking about town management companies that are coming in and abusing the system, I think that would make sense to have them have a registration process. I know of one town management company that's renting out one large home in Madison that has been a continual problem, and that's the only problem I know of in the town. I could see doing that for a town management business that has no tie or nexus to the community. That might make sense. And then you revoke their license if they're misbehaving, because that's much more akin to a hotel or an inn. But we're talking about Grandma Kim here renting out occasionally. It's just too much.
I appreciate that. But again, just to get to the question, it doesn't really change the opportunity you have in terms of renting your property. and managing it as like an Airbnb or VRBO. It's just simply the registry that you would have to register. There's nothing in there about inspections, fire, and there's nothing in there about that. But I can understand, I appreciate your perspective. And that is all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Paletta.
Thank you. And in an effort to learn more about this, which I'm very interested in, I think we heard from the last panel regarding the registry, and just wondering if there's any data, and you may or may not be able to answer this, on what some of our surrounding neighbors have done with this. I'm sure there's some other states that have, like Rhode Island that has a shore that might be experiencing something similar. Is there anything you can shed light on there? If you have it, if not, we can always get it offline.
I'm happy to talk a little bit about that. So I think previously the panel before us talked about Rhode Island and Massachusetts, which do have registries, but they operate a little bit differently. So Massachusetts, largely, it's a tax registry. There is a public search functionality there, but it really is focused on the tax piece and making sure that short-term rentals are registered, as any business would be with the state. And that's, the way that Massachusetts has decided to treat it. Rhode Island started with a very sort of basic registry, and they had preemption language included in their statute, the purpose of which was to really centralize it with the state. And right now, because there is some tension between the municipalities kind of moving ahead, and there's a question around what is preempted, there's actually litigation ongoing in Rhode Island. If the state were to go through with a statewide registry, we strongly recommend language that would preempt municipalities from registering and from regulating. It should fall up to the state and kind of choose that lane. Here, because municipalities and the state, as was pointed out, started to allow municipalities to regulate and to register, that path has been started down. And so we would suggest that staying on that path is the right course, that keeping those regulations at the local, the closest level to the individuals that are affected by them, and enabling municipalities to move forward in that direction is the right thing to do when you've already started down that path. If this were a blank slate and there were nothing written yet, a statewide registry and preemptive language would be a direction that we would suggest.
Representative Baumgartner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Britta, it's great to speak with you. I've very much enjoyed engaging with you and your colleagues offline on this important issue. And while we may not be see completely eye to eye on it, I very much appreciate your just your candor and honesty and kindness. But nonetheless, I think you bring up a very valuable point where we do see eye to eye, is that regulations with respect to short-term rentals are best left to the municipality, right? There's no one-size-fits-all approach to this, and especially considering this is the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, right? Not the Planning and Development Committee, which has cognizance over municipal law. This is an area we're squarely focused on the taxation piece and certainly the registry piece as it's tied to DRS. And so my question to you is, as you have looked at some of the other states and how they deal with the issue of the registry, can you speak to what you believe would be the best model in terms of the states that do have a registry in place?
Well, I think that if it were a blank slate and there weren't already municipalities that had started to go down this road, a model that is going to keep the barrier to entry, as it were, at the lowest level for your constituents is what we would suggest. And I go back to just the data point that in Connecticut, 80% of the hosts that are on our platform have a single listing. And most of those are rented for fewer than 50 nights a year, which looking out over, the entirety, right, of what that landscape is in that picture, it really paints a picture of people who are families, or they're individuals, and they're using these homes on the side, and then they are, renting them out to address the high, rising cost of living, to maybe put money aside for, sending kids to college or for retirement or just for day to day. And so we would contend that, any registration really should not put onerous barriers in place for people being able to use their home and use their property the way that they would wish. And I think, Kim spoke to that, and sort of identifying there are already, some uphill kind of treading that hosts have to do. The more regulations are put in place, it makes it more difficult, and it makes it costlier for people to make sure that they're doing this the way that they should be doing it. So if at the municipal level, people are able to have that conversation with their elected officials, talk about what fits in their community, if there are health and safety requirements and things that are going to address concerns at the local level, that makes a lot of sense. I think that the further away from that nexus we get as it rises up to the state, it becomes a little more problematic, especially when you have a dual system in place.
And lastly, can you speak to the issue with respect to requiring short-term rental return filings to include the disaggregated sales tax information, specifically the issue of municipal disaggregation, ensuring that to allow for the state to understand where the revenue lodging tax revenue is derived from. Currently, we have no accounting of where that revenue is coming from. So I couldn't tell my constituents or you how much lodging tax revenue is generated in Groton versus Stonington or any other municipality.
So since before it was required in Connecticut, Airbnb has been collecting and remitting taxes since 2016 for our hosts, and making sure that those got to the state. As far as the disaggregation, I would have to defer to DRS to talk a little bit about what that would look like, what the requirements would be there. We are committed to making sure that we are adhering to whatever tax laws are in place. And right now, as I said, since before it was required by law, we were voluntarily remitting taxes on behalf of hosts, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you, Berta, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Janelle Torres. Nope. How about Willie Medina?
Yes, I'm here, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Willie Medina, and I'm speaking today as a community advocate who cares deeply about our children in our schools and the fairness of how we fund them. Let me begin by saying something very clearly. Feeding children is not controversial. Making sure every student has access to a healthy meal during the school day is something most of us strongly support. A hungry child cannot focus, cannot learn, cannot reach their God-given potential. However, my concern with HB 5537 is about priorities and consistency in how we support public education. This proposal creates a new tax on sweetened beverages to fund universal free school meals. But at the same time, we are discussing reductions or pressures on funding that support school districts through the regional educational services centers. These centers provide critical shared services to district, things like special education support, professional development, and operational assistance. When funding those areas is reduced, the cost does not disappear. It is simply pushed down to local district. For cities like Bridgeport and other urban cities and communities, that means local boards of education, which I also serve in the Bridgeport Board of Education, end up paying more for services they already rely on. In other words, while the state may be creating a new tax to fund one important program, local districts are left trying to fill new gaps somewhere else. The governor stated that he would like to do those adjustments to bring everybody to free school lunches, but at the backs of our students. That creates a situation where communities may end up paying more overall, while the structural funding challenges in public education remain unresolved. If we truly believe in supporting children, and I hope that we all do, then we should not put programs that help students in competition with the core foundation that keeps our schools functioning. We should all be able to do both, feed children and fully support the system that educates them. From the moral perspective, many of us are guided by a simple principle: to love our neighbors as ourselves. For our students, that means not only making sure they have food on the table, but also that their school have the resources they need to teach, support, and prepare them for the future. So my request to this committee is this: as you consider this proposal, please also consider the broader impact of local district and the importance of protecting the funding structure that keep our public schools strong. Our children deserve both nourishment and a fully supported education system. So we advocate today to let us do with both with compassion and justice. Let us call for policies that feed our children and strengthen our schools at the same time, because when the community truly comes together with faith, wisdom, and shared responsibility, our children don't just get by, but they thrive. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to the students of Connecticut. And I've also submitted it all in writing, plus a little bit more. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm just seeing, are there any questions? No, thank you so much, and you have a good day.
Same to you guys. God bless.
Next, we have Sana Shah.
Chairpersons Fanfara and Horn, ranking members Fazio and Paletta, and distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Sana Shah. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Connecticut Project Action Fund. We urge the committee to support House Bill 5114, which establishes a refundable renter's tax credit beginning in the tax year 2027 for Connecticut residents who rent their primary residence. We've got to make it more affordable for working class people to live here, and this bill begins to provide some relief. This bill is about fairness, affordability, and making sure the hardworking people who serve our communities can keep living here. Under the bill, eligible renters with incomes up to $75,000 for single filers and $150,000 for married couples could receive a credit equal to 20% of the rent they paid minus 4% of their income, capped at $2,500 per year. Because the credit is fully refundable, renters would receive the full benefit even if it exceeds their income tax liability. Renters are your constituents, and they are facing a growing affordability crisis. About 34% of Connecticut households rent. Every planning region in Connecticut has more than 10,000 renter households. At the same time, rents continue to rise. In 2024, the income needed to afford a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment in Connecticut increased by 8%, while the average hourly wage of renters rose by just 1 penny. Connecticut now ranks in the top quarter of states for the most expensive median rent. As a result, half of renters in Connecticut are cost burdened, and more than 1 in 4 are severely cost burdened, about 230,000 households struggling to keep up with housing costs. This is a statewide challenge, with at least 38% of renters cost burdened in every region. Nearly half the states now offer some form form of tax relief for renters. Several states have adopted broader renter tax credits for lower income households. In 2024, Minnesota set a new national benchmark with one of the most accessible programs in the country. House Bill 5114 follows a similar model and would provide relief to an estimated 315,000 renter households in Connecticut. There is also strong public support for this proposal. Recent polling shows that 68% of likely 2026 voters in Connecticut support establishing a renter's tax credit for households with incomes below $75,000 per year. That support cuts across party lines. The proposal is backed by 84% of Democrats, 61% of unaffiliated voters, and 52% of Republicans. Importantly, support is strong among both renters and homeowners. 84% of renters support a renter's tax credit, but so do 60% of homeowners, showing that Connecticut residents broadly recognize that helping renters manage rising housing costs strengthens communities across the state. So we respectfully urge the committee to establish a renter's tax credit by passing House Bill 5114. Thank you for your time and consideration. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions? Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Sana. I appreciate your advocacy on this issue and the Connecticut Project's work around this as well. As a renter myself, I am excited to see a proposal like this coming up. And if this tax credit were to go through, what would the process be or outreach needed to be done to actually go out to renters and say, hey, you guys should apply for this, or let them know that this is actually something that would be available if it were to pass?
Thank you, Representative Shannon. That's a great question. So actually, the Connecticut Project has launched a campaign around the EITC, which we're encouraging people who qualify for the EITC to file to qualify for it, because it's such important support that families receive, but also in the way that this credit could potentially be designed and implemented would actually be really helpful when it comes to uptake. So it's important for overall access and uptake that the credit be claimed through the normal tax filing process. But what we've seen in other states, so that's Michigan, Wisconsin, Vermont, and Washington, D.C., is they actually have a separate form. It's about, either 1 to 3 pages outside of the normal tax filing process. So this is something that we could do through DRS, where families who don't have that tax liability and so generally don't file through the normal tax filing process can just go and access this form. Because as you know, a lot of people who make under $15,000 a year don't go through this process, and these are families that will most benefit from the credit. So in addition to just public awareness like we've done with the EITC, I think that having a separate form would be really helpful when it comes to uptake.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Another question from the senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Sana. Good to see you. Housing, no doubt, has been a difficult topic in this building and in their state and country. And I still struggle with solutions for the rising housing prices. And I speak to lots of renters in my district, and it is very difficult as rents continue to rise. I was wondering if you could address some of what it rattles around in terms of unintended consequences. As you may be aware, we all fight to bring funding back to our districts, and oftentimes the rise in property taxes just simply gets moved over to the renter side. How would you respond to the pushback on renters tax credit would just essentially result in actually higher rents because landlords would just simply pass that cost on to the renters?
Thank you so much for that question, Senator Cabrera. It's a very popular question, and certainly we understand that concern. But the best available research suggests that, tenant side housing assistance does not impact rent levels in any measurable way. So for example, there was research done on the expansion of federal housing vouchers, and they found that there was no impact on rents across local housing markets. And so we can assume with assistance like the renter's tax credit, which is much smaller than these vouchers, that it will also have little impact on actual rent levels. Additionally, that this tax credit is administered through the tax system, so it goes directly to renters rather than their landlords. And so they generally don't have visibility over who is receiving this credit, and as a result are less likely to adjust rent prices as a result of that. Also, simulations around this policy have shown that the renter's tax credit actually is most effective in just addressing the unaffordable, the unaffordable cost of housing, and reducing families who are struggling to make ends meet, rather than increasing rents. So simulations have shown that. And economists have found that what's actually impacting rent prices, which causes rent prices to go up, is as a result of housing supply shortages rather than a renter's tax credit. And so, in short, a renter's tax credit will really help families afford housing, particularly renters, as you mentioned, Senator Cabrera, that are also often invisible in the discourse when it comes to the impact of property taxes. So it would really be a tremendous support to them. And we do not believe that this will meaningfully increase any kind of rent prices.
Thank you for that answer, and thank you for testifying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I have another question from Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your testimony. Thanks for being here. The bill says that the credit is linked to the actual amount of tax paid. And when somebody's getting their property tax credit, that's something that could be easily verified because it's on the municipal tax rolls. How have other states addressed that issue of the actual amount of rent paid in having a renter's tax credit?
Yeah, that's a great question, Representative Winter. Thank you so much for that. So a lot of, so states were, kind of considering, what is fair. So for example, some families are receiving subsidies. And so when doing the credit calculation, it's just based on what the rent that they're actually paying. And that 20% is coming from what is often passed to renters based on property taxes. And so the calculation is 20% of rent paid and minus 4% of your income. So it targets the families and renters that need the credit the most, that are the highest cost burden.
And the maximum amount, how do you rise at that maximum amount?
So the proposal before you, we're actually really excited that it's modeled after Minnesota, which offers the tax credit to families making up to $75,000, and you get back $2,500, and that is the best in the nation. And this is what the proposal is modeled after, which has been a tremendous support to renters in Minnesota.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Do we have any other questions? I don't see anything else. So thank you so much for your testimony, answering all those questions we had for you.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day. Next we have, and I want to say his last name right, it's Joseph Sokolovic. And please tell me if I said it wrong. Do we have them? Yep, okay.
Got it. Yes, perfectly said. Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Greetings, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Joe Sokolovic. I'm the Vice Chair of the Bridgeport Board of Education, but I'm mostly testifying on my own behalf today, about HB 5537 and its dedicated revenue stream to fund universal free school meals. It is important to be clear what this proposal is and what it isn't. This bill does not create a benefit for poor children. Those students already qualify for meals under the CEP programs. Let me be clear, I don't disagree with feeding needy children on a state dime. What I vehemently disagree with is using any tax dollars meant for the needy to feed the children of the wealthy. We should never, as a society, be expanding benefits to those who do not need them without first taking care of the needs of our impoverished children. It is for this reason equity demands that if the revenues outpace the expenses, those leftover dollars, pun intended, must be solely directed towards districts and schools that do not see a single benefit out of this new program. Those participating in the community eligibility provision should have exclusive use of any remaining dollars. Poor districts should never be last in line under a program that by design now would feed the wealthy as well as the poor. That being said, I am less disturbed by this bill as it currently stands because I am optimistic that the creation of a dedicated revenue stream to pay for this new program signals an intent to reverse Ned Lamont's attempted disinvestment in RESC funding. I am glad that this bill acknowledges what the state too often overlooks, that new programs must come with new funding. This is a welcome change from unfunded mandates. That's why I ask you to also consider the 4 revenue bills that the Bridgeport Board of Education fully supports: HB 5187, HB 5133, SB 101, and SB 104 to create a new funding stream that would allow the state to raise the ECS Foundation to at least $16,500 immediately and link it to inflation going forward. This would further acknowledge an obvious truth that mandates and universal benefits cannot be sustained without adequate permanent revenue. Passing revenue legislation alongside bills like this one is how the state avoids shifting costs onto property taxpayers. In a perfect world, the idea of raising an additional $12 million would have been coupled with the aforementioned bills and used to help the many districts avoid some of the devastating cuts about to hit our schools in September. I wonder how many of these closed schools will be polling locations in September's elections. We may have to ask the Secretary of State to find alternative voting locations for the upcoming primaries, because without additional revenue, boards of education may not even be able to keep the lights on in these schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see other questions, but I have a quick question for you. In the bill around the sweetened beverage tax, we heard a lot of input last time around the very point you made in the beginning, that feeling that there was some inequity around that. And so we have made provisions to support after-school programming with additional funding. And I'm curious, in your district, and I heard this from around the state, that, you know, when we had some ARPA funding after COVID ended, we were able to support a lot of these programs. And that a lot of that money has gone away. There are still some state grants around that, but I'm just curious how you would feel about that support being afforded to the Bridgeport School District.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, any extra money definitely needs to go to the children, the neediest children. We've got a lot of programs. Last round of cuts, we almost cut the cheerleaders, the cheerleading program, and all those programs over there. And it's like it's hard to make those decisions. So anytime I don't have to make a decision to tell children we have to take something away because there's no funding, the better.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I have a question from Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. If I understood your core point, it's that because this is going to districts that aren't, or first going to districts that are not benefiting from the National School Lunch Program, that the after-school grants should be limited to, or at least first prioritize districts that do benefit from the National School Lunch Program?
Absolutely. That's what equity demands.
Thank you. I think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions here or online. So you have a good day and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Next, we have Rachel Rowan. Rachel, are you there?
She needs to unmute.
Okay, thank you. Just go on. Okay. All right, we're going to move on. We're going to go to Tiffany Glazer. Okay, we're going to keep moving. Victor Ng. No, yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding Bill 5536, which we oppose. My name is Victor Ng. You did well with the pronunciation. Thank you. And I'm joined here by my wife, Kim. We have a property in Milford that we occasionally rent out on a short-term basis. Allowing municipalities to levy a tax on short-term rentals would disadvantage owners like ourselves. My wife and I are the antithesis to the big corporate entities that are flexing into the housing market. We are little guys by comparison. If there is going to be a municipal tax possibly levied on short-term rentals, we ask only that it be applied also to hotels and inns as well. Otherwise, it puts us at a competitive disadvantage, as described earlier by Britt, I believe. I ask also, why do we need a state registry, quote unquote, for data purposes, when the state is already collecting millions of dollars from the Connecticut occupancy tax that currently applies to all short-term rentals? I question why you would need a state registry in addition to that for data purposes. And last point that I wanted to make is just how would short-term rental owners register their own home if they're only renting a room or a portion of their home, or perhaps their entire home, but they also live there for part of the year? Do they really need to register their own home? Thank you very much.
Thank you for testimony. Do you have any questions? Okay, thank you, Senator, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Representative Rader.
Yes.
It's Senator Huang. I have my hand
Sorry,
up.
Senator Wong, go right ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Victor and Kimberly, good to hear you. Can you talk a little bit more about the kind of impact that this kind of uniform taxation presumes? I think you articulated the large corporate entities that own multiple properties. Describe your own unique circumstance in which you are kind of building. This is a supplemental income. This is not a business per se, but this critical income is essential for your ability to be able to afford to stay in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Senator Wong, for that question. I could only speak for ourselves, but I'm aware that many of the other individual owners who rent out their properties through Airbnb and VRBO are sort of in the same boat as us. Connecticut is a very expensive place to maintain property. For some of us, ourselves included, this is actually a second property, but it would be difficult to hang on to it without some revenue from renting out at least part of the year.
Now, both of you are fully employed and you earn a good income, but what I just heard from your testimony is the fact that you can't afford to live in Connecticut. And the burden and this kind of supplemental income offsets some of the cost and burden that you have to bear. Can you just kind of articulate both of you working and dual income and at the same time still not being able to afford to live in Connecticut?
Of course, I don't think there's any, I don't think we have to argue how expensive it is to live here. But you know, we're both, well, one of us is in our 60s and one of us is nearly there. And we're looking at hopefully retirement in the next few years. And when that time comes, between our primary and the second home, we would be paying close to $40,000 a year in property tax. And without rental income, I don't know where that's going to come from. But yes, it's just being able to rent the house out for part of the year on a short-term basis definitely helps, put food on the table and pay for other things.
Well, Victor, thank you very much. And Kim, thank you both. I want to thank the Madam Chair for allowing me the 2 questions. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. And there was another question for you from Representative Constantine.
Hi, Victor. Thank you so much for testifying. I understand the tax issue. You know, everyone has to pay their property taxes. Can you explain your objection to having a registry? I know you live on the property, and if anything goes wrong, obviously the renters can get a hold of you. But would you object to the town knowing which properties are under short-term rental, particularly for the ones who are not owner occupied?
Thank you for the question. On the surface, my initial reaction is I'm not opposed to a registry. My question is whether or not the registry is really necessary for data purposes if you're already pulling in a lot of money for the state through the occupancy tax and all of that revenue collected from the occupancy tax. You have a sense of how much rental activity there already is. And I think Airbnb and VRBO would also convey the fact that it's us, Kim and Victor, paying that occupancy tax from rentals that we have through their services. I'm not sure of that, but I think that the information that goes to the state would reflect not only that it's coming sort of with our names, but it's also for this particular property. I'm getting a little beyond my knowledge here, so I apologize if I'm not answering the question well.
No, that's perfectly all right. Thank you.
All set? All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ng. We appreciate your testimony. You have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Right now, we're going to try to go back to Rachel Rowan.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Go ahead.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for the consideration of this council. Here, I'll turn on my video so you can see. Hello. I'm working at home in my house, which is my primary residence and my Airbnb. I am similar to the demographic that you heard from the Airbnb representative, and then also some of the other speakers. I live in Fairfield, Connecticut. Tony Huang is my representative. He does a great job. And Tony, thanks for being here. So the issue is that I, like you've heard, use my Airbnb income to pay my taxes. I'm fully employed. I have a great job. And we've kind of heard from the last speaker, he and his wife do well. So even for us who do well, there are still a lot of issues. I'm a widower. My husband passed away. And so I would like to stay in my house. I only rent it like maybe 38 times a month, and the renters are Fairfield U and Sacred Heart U parents coming to see their children's graduations, go to the university's parents' weekends. I have a nice home that there are no health issues. It's my primary residence. I have a very high Airbnb rating. I am not, to get to all the questions, I am not opposed to a registry, but what I am certain is going to happen is we are going to be taxed. And you've already heard from the speakers here. They're going to leave it to the towns. Now, Tony can attest to this. In Fairfield, we have big schools. We have a very dense population. They need a lot of services at our schools. And so the town is going to tax us. We already pay. I already pay. And we've heard of all the ways that the income that we generate through Airbnb is paying our taxes. Many of us, and I go to Airbnb meetups, I meet lots of other hosts. And so there are problems with some Airbnb hosts. It is a minority, not
You
a
reached 3 minutes.
majority.
Could you please summarize?
Yes. We are doing this to earn money to pay our taxes. We are directly contributing to the economy. I would ask the members of this committee to really think about all the testimony you've heard, and just, we're not the problem. We're
Thank
we're
you.
small businesses.
I appreciate your testimony. Thank you so much.
Okay,
and
thank
we will
you.
Take it under consideration. Let me see if there's any other questions from the committee members here or online. Senator Wang.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. And Ms. Rowan, thank you very much for your testimony. And I think it's really important that there are two questions I have for you. One, you only rent it out like 30 sometimes. You're not a kind of strictly Airbnb that sometimes people kind of characterize, but you are using this as a supplement to your ability to stay and live in Fairfield, because let's be frank, it's too expensive to be able to live in these communities.
That's correct, Tony. That's exactly right. I cannot stay in Fairfield. I will have to sell my home because our taxes are going up. I mean, you all know there were statewide, there were the assessments. All the properties went up, and that's a good thing. But now you got to pay the taxes on it. How are you going to do that? My good job, my company's not doing great. We're heading towards a recession. I need to diversify the way I earn income. And the way I do this is through Airbnb because I'm entrepreneurial. I can run a good business and I contribute to the economy. Tony, the density of Fairfield. If I leave, there's going to be a family that buys my house with their children. You got more, and I'm pro family. I'm all for families. It's already so dense. You're going to bring in more people that are going to tax our school system further. It just becomes cyclical. I mean, we've seen several women here that are, they work, and they own property. Like, women now outpace men.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I really appreciate it. And I don't
Thank you. And if I may, Madam Chair, the second question quickly, Rachel, if you could, you raised the question about the registry.
Yes.
And I think what you articulated is the registry is well-intentioned in the language that's articulated, but you worry about what it could be used for. Can you just quickly kind of articulate that any kind of registry, any kind of tracking is a point of concern in regards to what it could lead to?
Sure thing, Tony. So I am not opposed to a registry, but already there's a cost associated with the registry. It's $100. So it's $100 today. Next year it's $150. The next year it's $200. That's what's going to happen. I don't have a problem registering it. All my neighbors know that I Airbnb my house, but I'm a respectful host. You get no problems out of me or my guests.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate the
Thank you.
testimony. Thank you, Senator.
Again, thanks for the indulgence, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Bye-bye.
Have a good day and thank you for your testimony. Moving on, we're going to go to Ariana Perez. No. Okay. Then we are going to move on to Mary Oliver. Is Mary with us? No. Okay. Then we are going to move on to Jeffrey Blevins. No. Okay. People are busy this afternoon. Then we are going to move on to actually my first selectman, Joshua Brooks from the town of Branford online. I hope, oh, too bad. Okay. He may join later. And then we're going to move on to Marlena O'Day. Oh boy. Okay. And we're going to move on to Paula. And I do not want to mispronounce your name. I'm going to make my best attempts at Masha Giannakis.
Madam Chair, can we go back to number 26, Tiffany Glasser? She's online.
Absolutely. Tiffany, please join us.
Hello there.
Hello, go right ahead.
I appreciate the time. So I am a single mother who works very hard. I have been working since I was 7. Yes, 7. My dad gave me a gas-powered mower and I'll figure it out because I was going to start doing it hard. And I took that and I used to go to people's houses and just do their yard. So that is something that I do as a side business. My job that I have right now is full-time and I work very hard, but right now and for the past 3 years, I've been bouncing around rooms for rent, apartments, and other places. So I'm technically homeless, and it's not for a lack of me working. It's, unfortunately, this woman here said that she's going to have to leave Fairfield. Unfortunately, I think almost everyone's going to have to leave Connecticut unless they're rich, because it's very expensive here. I tell people all the time, it's more expensive than California, which I'm from, and it is. And there's not much to show for when you pay here. Like, we have to pay property tax.
Are you concluded? I just want to make sure she didn't finish. Did you finish your testimony? She dropped off. Okay. Okay. I think we're going to move on. And then if she comes back in, please let me know. Jeffrey Blevins. Okay, we'll move on to Jeffrey Blevins. Thank you. Oh,
I was in the middle of talking. Sorry, I was in the middle of talking and my device acted up. I'm sorry if someone else.
No problem. You go right ahead.
Went ahead. I was just saying that I've been homeless off and on for the past years, and in California, it's expensive, but I don't know. Connecticut is very expensive. It's Naugatuck is the highest business.
Fell off again. Okay, I think for now we will move on. We've lost connection with her. Okay, but if she does come back, clerk, please let us know. Right now we're going to move on to Jeffrey Blevins.
Hello?
Yes, go right ahead.
I apologize. I keep having a lot of technical difficulties. So if someone wants to go, then go ahead.
Thank you.
Hello?
Mr. Blevins, go right ahead. Little technical games here, but we're ready for you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I worked at EB. Oh, so anyways, good afternoon, Rep. Barb Garner. Thanks for inviting me. And Representative Rader, I appreciate your questions. Reminds me of the the nuclear folks at Electric Boat. So my name is Jeff Blevins, Principal Area Engineer, Electric Boat, retired, moved to Connecticut in 95. With EB, bought a home in Mystic in 99. I support the STR registry. Not so much the ones that abide by the laws, but the ones that don't. And especially, I don't think the fire department knows, and I'm really sure that zoning doesn't go around and sees to see who is an STR and who isn't. Because the most I've ever seen them do in action is check a VRBO or whatever. So I'm very much opposed to SDRs in total. And so they did a grandfather clause down here. And that's because of the years that the zoning down here, local, did nothing. Absolutely nothing. So the first point is safety. Hotels, they know they're a hotel. They have to have exits, fire alarms, barrier walls, etc. The SDRs that do that, great. The ones that rent to grandmas and grandpas, great. I had not seen one. The most of them around here in Mystic, they have 2 families. There'll be 4 adults. There'll be 12 kids. They go on till 3 in the morning and they all are drunk. And there's no front desk to call and so I have to call the police to tell them to knock it off. Second of all, the unknown STRs, they don't pay taxes. And I think a lot of them don't like the registry because now they can't hide. And so at EB's got to hire what, 8,000, 3,000 to 8,000 people. And so with all the LLCs buying all the homes, and there's like 3 on my street, and then one couple moved, a retired veterinarian and his wife left because they're tired of the STRs and the yahoos that come along with them. And especially when the tourists hit Mystic in the summer. It's like Amity in Jaws. It's ridiculous. And a lot of them aren't, they're not grandparents renting here. It's people from Jersey because I see the yellow and black license plates. The New Yorkers are pretty nice. The Jersey ones, they're off the charts. I think they come to the casinos and the wives make them rent a house in Mystic. I don't know why, but it's just ridiculous. So we've got away from, it's supposed to be residential where I live on the Groton side, and it's not. Now there's LLCs. If you go in the GIS,
You put your 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
yeah. So STRs have no front desk like a hotel. They're not monitored like a hotel. And if there's no register, then nobody knows who they are. So
Thank you
thanks
for your testimony, Mr. Blevins. We really appreciate it.
thanks. Yep, you bet. Bye.
Have a good day. Next, we are moving on to Josh Burks, First Selectman of Branford. Good to see you, Josh.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me. I just want to rise in support of HB number 5536 here in the town of Branford. Mid last year, we created an ordinance to address the short-term rental situation. And I don't want to call it a problem, but we have concerns as a community about the short-term rentals. We did a survey of we had over 500 participants, and it was overwhelming support for some sort of controls on that. So what we have is you have to register your short-term rental. Ours really kicks in at 30 days, but we have far more than 30 days. Right now we have 9 registrants, people registering. But we have far more than 9 people doing that. And I think by the state requiring all short-term rental, having a registry for all short-term rentals will help the town because it's harder for us to police that. And it would be a resource for the towns that want to have an ordinance, that want to have some controls, that want to have some say in what goes on in their communities, if the DRS, which is not somebody you should be lying to, has a registry that we can pull those names off of should they not be registering with us. So I ask that you support this bill. I think it helps the municipalities, and yeah, it's $100 tax, but I think it's well spent to protect the future of this state, and will help go a long way. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. We have a question from one of our representatives here. Go right ahead.
Mr. Selectman, I'm Nick Beneface. I represent the East Line, which is a similar town to Branford. And I wanted to know, one of the issues that I've run into for a lot of the people in my town is frankly just the infrastructure of trying to figure out how any of these municipalities can even start to try and regulate these businesses that are operating. And I want to know if you could expand on what you were saying of what has Branford done to try and I don't want to say combat this issue, but try and address it.
So we passed an ordinance, and again, our ordinance only enacts on 30 days or more for short-term rental. So we're not going after the people that do it 6 days in a year. And I don't want to use the word going after, but we set parameters for which of them to operate. And that involves the hours in which a person staying in that place can have guests. So you limit the number of guests. So if a person is renting a room and it qualifies for 2 people, they can't have 15 for a party till, all hours of the night. We also enacted there has to be a certain number of parking spots associated with each room that short-term rental has. So if it's a 4-bedroom house, you have to have 8 parking spots or 6 parking spots. I don't remember the exact number. And if anybody out there in TV land has any questions about it, we can certainly pass along our ordinance. We're a little bit different than other municipalities as we have the Thimble Islands. So one of the parts of our ordinance is that the owners of the establishments need to live at a certain distance from the place they're renting. So you don't have somebody living in Colorado who cannot respond to a problem in the house because they're not close enough. But we did make an exception for that scenario that then, all right, you can be farther away, but you have to rent your property for a full 7 days. And so there are some adjustments for that because of the islands. No, most islanders aren't full-time residents in our town. And we recognize that, property tax matter and people use it to offset their property tax. So we're not trying to punish people. We're just trying to protect the neighbors of these properties and give them the opportunity to have a voice in what goes on. So it gives the town the ability to enforce certain rules to the STRAs and then have a penalty. But again, it's easy to not volunteer that information to the town because the town doesn't have the ability to check all of those locations. Whereas, the Department of Revenue Services is, again, somebody that can track that better than we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I have a question from Senator Fanfara for you, Josh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, Selectman Brooks, can you tell me, I imagine your town, like every town, has problem residents in terms of property owners that may not keep up their property very well, may have loud parties, may have several cars parked on the property. How do you deal with those situations?
Thank you for the question. How do we deal with that? We're learning very fast. So once you become a registered short-term rental property.
First Selectman, I'm I'm not referring to the short-term rental situation. I'm talking about residents who own their own home, but their neighbors are unhappy. I'm sure you get the calls. If you don't, then I'm moving to Branford. But assuming you do, how do you handle those?
You know, that it's a case by case basis. You know, we have a noise ordinance like any other community. Parking is public. If parking is public, you get to park there. We can't we can only enforce the rules on parking for residents. You pay taxes and it's public parking, you can park there. So as far as that goes, that is what it is. We have communities that have a hard time parking, and it's a constant battle for those communities. But again, the roads are public, so if you're a taxpayer, you pay for those parking spots. That's not something the town is going to force. And then as far as noise, you know, like any other community, if somebody is being overly noisy, overly loud, we have a noise ordinance. And as well as parties, there's a certain time limit in which anybody can have a party that gets, you know, that'll get broken up by the police as best as we can. So, you know, no different than any other community, I would think.
So are those issues that you might face with a resident property owner and that family handled differently than, or for a short-term rental situation, are those handled differently than you would with a problem resident?
Under this ordinance, it would be, yes. You know, again, it's you have to be using it 30 days or more as a short-term rental, but you
I mean,
will be required.
In terms of the tools that you have?
Yes, we can enforce if you are not obliging by the rules. There can be enforcement through the blight officer, and you can get a fine through the blight officer. Well, I guess it would be an ordinance officer if it's that, but so yes, you're enforcing. The rules will not be the same for a resident as they will be for a short-term rental occupied home.
So why treat someone who's a short-term renter differently than a property owner who may be experiencing the same or causing the same issues that are affecting the quality of life of a community? I would imagine that's what is at the heart of this, is it not? The quality of life of a community?
Absolutely. We found that the quality of life was being affected detrimentally to the fellow residents with the short-term and again, this is a small percentage of the short-term rentals, but we found that there were constant examples of that and the inability to address it. So this gives the town the ability to address that where we couldn't before. And we found that it was
what is it?
Residents.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, but what is it that you couldn't enforce before?
Well, we couldn't enforce the number of guests in a home for a weekend, for example. So a lot of this came to beach properties. And so a person would rent it for the weekend and there would be 30 cars there or 10 cars there, creating and numerous guests there, creating a problem for the neighbors.
And do you not have that situation where a family is inviting their relatives and friends from all over to their home on the beach for a weekend because it's the birthday, a graduation? Have you not experienced that with those property owners who live in the home but have invited everybody to the home for the weekend, and it's a rather boisterous, if you will?
Without question, of course, we have that. But again, that the person running the short-term rental is financially benefiting off renting that home for the weekend, whereas the homeowner, that's their choice. Now, you know, again, this is what the residents want, and this is what we went forward with. You know, is it 100%, is it fair and equitable to the short-term rentals to the property owners? If it's a property owner that makes that choice, yeah, okay, I get why it's not the same, but those are the rules that have to be followed, and they should be followed.
I appreciate you answering my questions. I guess for me, it's a question of if the tools you have for that family that has that, and I'm sure that's not unusual to have a beach home where, it's great to be on the water, it's summertime, what have you, and have a large weekend event happening, that if you have the tools to address that, because I'm sure the neighbors in that situation are equally unhappy as if it were a short-term rental versus a family next door. So I'm just wondering if you have the tools to deal with it for the resident versus that you can't apply to the short-term rental.
We do not have rules against how a resident can use their home as far as for their individual purposes. We have rules for how a resident can rent their property out for and that property gets used. And so we're just, again, this is about for this, we could debate the merits of having a short-term rental ordinance any way you want. I'd love to have that debate, but this is about registering them and how a state registration would be helpful to my community and perhaps other communities as well. And this is a different perspective.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
I just want to say
Cook.
thank you.
Okay.
I just want to thank you, Justin. I appreciate your testimony as one of the towns that I represent. So have a good day. And we're going to hand it over to Chair Horn.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Next up, I believe we have Marlena O'Day, who needs to accept the promotion, who I believe is also testifying as part of a panel. Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, we'll keep moving. Let's see. Burnett Lowry. Please let me know if I skip somebody. But Burnett Lowry. Oh, there you are. You have the floor, Miss Lowry. There you go.
Hello, I'm sorry. Thank you. Good afternoon, the representatives Horn, Senator Farnum, and members of the Finance and Revenue and Bonding Committee. My name is Burnett. I live in Derby, Connecticut. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today in support of the HB 5114, which is to establish a renter's credit tax for Connecticut residents. My statement, I have a statement already, the long statement already, I submitted it already. And I just want to talk about my experience. And I like the questions from Dr. Fauna, from Senator Fauna and Senator Wayne. I like those questions. I live in a house right now. I'm on Section 8. I live in a house right now that is structurally not sound, and it has to be remodeled and everything. And I cannot move due to no apartments that are available. Plus, I'm on Section 8 and I'm disabled. I'm not able to move at all. Okay. The reason why I cannot move is because of the rent is too high, and they will not be able to accept my Section 8 because my Section 8 is not enough to pay their rent due because their rent is really high. I'm only one person in my residence, and I cannot move at all. Okay, that's one issue for me. Another one I have is that I do support the renter's tax credit too as well. I think that is vital for us to have rentals tax because one, why should it be always up to the landlord to keep increasing the rent when the cost of living is already too high here in Connecticut. And then I agree with everything that everyone was saying about it's hard to live in Connecticut. It's very expensive to live in Connecticut. I was born here in Connecticut and I came back in 2017, and I didn't realize how expensive it was to live here. Okay. The next thing I will ask is, I respectfully ask the committee to pass the HB 5114 with fully refunded renters tax credit for housing for earnings under $75,000 with a maximum credit of $2,500 per household. And this policy could help thousands and hundreds of thousands of renters across Connecticut, putting money back into their pockets, putting money back into residents' pockets. Working class renters are constituents, and many of them are doing the best they can to remain in this community. And that's all. If you have any questions, I would be happy to accept them. Answer them.
Thank you. Thank you for being patient and sharing your experiences with us. Seeing no questions, I think we will go back to Marlena O'Day, who is now with us.
Yes.
And,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And excuse me for if I'm getting this wrong, but were you going to testify with someone else or just you?
Just me.
Okay, please go. Floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Marlena O'Day, and I live in New Britain. I am testifying in support of HB 5114, which would establish a renter's tax credit for Connecticut residents. I've been a lifelong resident living on SSI in low-income housing, having lost my home to domestic violence, and I've been struggling to get by when more than half of my income goes to my rent. Alone, I am stuck in a struggle between being permanently partially disabled with no end in sight, but to use credit cards when I can't afford the essentials. I support HB at 5114 and SB1 because my neighbors deserve to stay in their communities and they deserve a Connecticut that works for them. So I'm asking this committee to pass HB 5114 with a fully refundable renter's tax credit for households earning $75,000 a year or less. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you for staying with us today. It's really important that we hear how this is affecting people.
Thank you.
On the ground. Seeing no further questions, I wish you a good day.
Thank you very much.
Next up, Joshua Amoroso.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Go ahead.
I tried to turn on the video, but I don't see a way to do that. So I'm just gonna, oh, here we go. There we go.
We hope you're not driving.
No, I'm not. I'm the passenger, but I'm just currently on the way home. So I just wanted to make sure I was able to communicate. Just want to say good afternoon. That I am in support of HB 5114. I'm a homeowner. I have a
Mr. Amoroso, your signal is not very good. You're cutting in and out on us.
All right, is that a little better?
You could turn off your video. That might be better.
Okay.
Go
Hello?
ahead. We'll try that.
Okay. I am currently a homeowner, and a big fear I have is renting in this state. I have gone through an unusually hard year, and it feels as though everything has doubled in price. Everybody's telling me that it hasn't, but it does feel that way. I have been fighting a comp case at my job, and I've been without pay since mid-December. I have 3 children and 1 on the way, and I do not qualify for any government or state programs. I think this bill would help to keep renters' money with them and out of the pockets of the landlord companies that are in no need of our, state money here for it to leave and go somewhere else. Money that should be kept for the people who need it to survive. The people whose rent surpasses their income. The state is becoming unlivable financially. There is no help for people in need. Instead, they get a late fee for bills, an overdraft fee for subscriptions on their accounts, and a rent price that outweighs a mortgage. I see luxury apartments going up everywhere, and I just question who can pick where they live in such a way. I carry with me debt, liabilities, and a wage that should be decent, but gets me nowhere in Connecticut but the bottom. Bottom choices, bottom of towns, bottom of food, and the bottom of list for places to live should I lose my home. Giving the money back to the taxpayers that it belongs to can be life or death for some of them. Just trying so desperately to take care of my children, to feed them, clothe them, and educate them, get them out of the financial hole that I'm currently stuck in. Even my parents were stuck in the same hole. And they need the tax dollars to feed their kids, to clothe them, to be able to transport them to everywhere they need to be, to give back to the people who struggle the most is what we need to do here. Thank you for your time. We don't need to look left and right anymore, but up and down, the rich and the poor. Because the truth is, poor is a horrible term for all the warriors out there fighting to survive in our flawed system. They are not poor to me. They're just people. Let's get back to helping one another and help these people. That's all I have.
Thank you for that. Seeing no questions, I hope you get safely where you're going.
Thank you.
Next, Ruth Larson. Could you turn your microphone on? Perfect.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruth Larson. I live in Wethersfield. I'm testifying in support of HB 5114 for the renter's tax credit. I know we've heard from a lot of renters across the state today, but I'm actually not a renter. I'm a homeowner. My spouse and I own a house in Wethersfield. We have enough space for us. We have a nice little yard. We're right across the street from our children's elementary school. And in that sense, I'm incredibly lucky. I ended being a renter years ago when my now spouse and I realized that the tiny little starter home that he had the opportunity to purchase back in the early 2000s, his mortgage was less than my rent back in like 2015, even with roommates. So we decided to move in together, and I moved into his little tiny starter home. And I feel incredibly fortunate to have been able to do that. Because even then, way before rents just started to skyrocket, my rent was already significantly higher than his mortgage. And so that's kind of where I'm at now. So we have our house now, and I have so many people who are near and dear to me who are still renters across the state. I've seen kind of what it means in today's day and age to have home ownership be such a stretch, you have to have a real good imagination to imagine yourself as a homeowner, especially for people kind of, in my demographic, and from, areas like, I'm from the quiet corner where it doesn't necessarily, there's not a lot of the same economic opportunities as maybe center of the state or the shoreline. So homeownership is really hard to come by, and even rentals are scarce. And when you find a rental, it's extremely expensive. I've seen kind of people close to me. I can think of one family in particular who they felt that their current apartment was unsafe due to some black mold and water issues that they really kind of fought to get fixed. And then they kind of were only half fixed. And then even having those issues not be fully resolved, their rent still went up. So they chose to not renew their lease, and they had to look for a new apartment that felt more safe for especially their young child. Which then the only place that they could really find was, it brought them out of their community, the place that they had been living for the last couple of years. And then their young child had to switch schools. And
You will reach 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
sure. And so I see what it does to be pinching pennies. And I think this renter's tax credit is so desperately needed. I know it's not going to benefit me particularly, but it'll benefit my loved ones. It'll benefit my friends. It'll benefit people across the street who I don't know and I'll never meet. But I think it's incredibly important. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And it's always appreciated when people show up to help other people and not just themselves. So both are appreciated. Next, we have Joseph Richards. No? Doug Cameron? How about Christina Diaz?
Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfora, and the members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Christina, and I live in Plainville, and I am here in support of HB 5114 to establish a renter's tax credit for Connecticut residents. We have to make Connecticut more affordable for working people. Right now, too many renters are doing everything right and still barely keeping their heads above water. I found myself in a position a few months ago when my car suddenly needed repairs, and I realized I didn't have enough to comfortably cover both fixing my car and paying my rent, as this happened at the beginning of the month. I remember sitting there realizing I had to choose which basic necessity I could afford to lose. Do I risk not fixing my car and not being able to get to work? Or do I risk falling behind on rent and putting my housing at risk? That kind of decision is terrifying, and it sent me into a real spiral. No one working full-time should have to choose between getting to work or keeping a roof over their head. The truth is, renters are already paying property taxes through our rent. About 20% of what we pay goes towards our landlord's property taxes. So renters are taxpayers too. The only difference is we pay our property taxes through our rent, but we don't get the same tax relief homeowners do. That's the gap this bill would finally start to fix. A fully refundable renter's tax credit would finally recognize that renters are taxpayers too. It would put money back into the pockets of working families and help people stay in the communities where they live and work. So today I urge you to pass HB 5114 with a fully renter's tax credit. Working class renters are your constituents, and we deserve a Connecticut that works for us too. For renters like me, this isn't just policy, it's about stability, dignity, and whether working people can realistically afford to stay in communities we live and work in. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for joining us today. Seeing no questions, Sean Gio? Tanika Hill? Amari Brantley? How about Tom Gelman? Oh, I'm sorry. I should have a motion detector when someone stands up.
I'm Jim Williams. We're going to do a panel for you to hopefully streamline this. My name is Jim Williams. I'm the Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association here in Connecticut. I want to thank the leadership and members of the Finance Committee for providing me with the opportunity to provide brief comments today in support of House Bill 5537. We strongly support policies that get us closer to healthy, free school meals for all students, free of charge, regardless of family income, which this bill does. In fact, according to a recent poll, 93% of Connecticut adults support this policy. Healthy meals for all, federal child nutrition waivers passed during the pandemic, decreased child hunger and poverty, allowing all students to have access to free school meals. That funding has expired, and now children who depend on it are going hungry again. States right now are stepping up to fill the gap and ensure that all children can obtain healthy meals throughout the year and have the best chance to learn and thrive in school. California, Colorado, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, New Mexico, New York, and Vermont have already passed legislation to do this. Of immediate importance to the Connecticut family, according to Feeding America's MAP, the meal gap, on average, healthy school meals for all would save Connecticut families approximately $147 per student per month, or $1,300 per student over the course of the school year. And I just wanted to address one opposition argument that healthy school meals for all would provide a benefit to families who don't need financial assistance, so that parents are responsible for ensuring their kids have food at school. This claim assumes that providing meals at school undermines the family's role and responsibility. In reality, universal school meals function like other public infrastructure. Public schools, public buses, libraries, not as a replacement for parenting, but as a tool to support families so children can thrive. We don't expect parents to supply math textbooks, classroom chairs, internet access, or heat for the building. No one argues that providing these things replaces parenting. Food is the same. Hungry kids can't learn, and schools have a direct interest in ensuring students can participate fully in the academic day.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amari Brantley. I serve as the policy coordinator at End Hunger Connecticut and the leader of the School Meals for All Coalition. As Jem mentioned earlier, I just want to speak towards the fact that feeding kids is important in school. Over the summer and the beginning of the year, we took a tour to go into direct communities where many of you all heard from community representatives about the importance of school meals, the importance of feeding our children healthy, nutritious meals. Because as we know, sometimes in certain communities all over Connecticut, despite how much money you necessarily make, the meal that you get at school can be your only meal. We live in a state where teachers, which many of you are, recognize the importance of having granola bars and snack bars in classrooms, where you have to come up with code names so that students feel safe and not insecure. We live in a day and time where food pantry lines are longer than ever, where where literally families are struggling across the board to be able to meet certain bare minimums when it comes to feeding their children. So we ask that you make the strong put investment into feeding children in a place that they already are, where we don't necessarily mean test everything when it comes to it. During COVID, many students were sent home with Chromebooks and laptops, but weren't sent home with proper meals. We recognize that right now, cafeterias are the biggest restaurants in the world. Why can't every student afford to be in that restaurant? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Rader has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Jim and Amari. It's good to see you. And thank you for your testimony and your advocacy. You work in this space all the time, and I think it's interesting that your panel, you come from the hunger space, and Jim, you come from the health space. So Jim, I guess my question is pointed to you, but Amari can support that question, is, the folks that might not see this as the best path, I wanted, if you could just speak to, in terms of this legislation, speak to the health benefits of doing this beyond the obvious of, taking care of hunger across all of our schools in Connecticut. I would just love for you to speak a little bit more just to the anecdotal everyday, data that we know that could be accomplished, and why you're here as a representative of American Heart.
Absolutely. With regards to school meals for all, we know that the policy would ensure that kids get 2 meals a day. It would help to remove the stigma for participating in the program, provides equitable access to healthy meals and levels the playing field, reduces the burdens on families, helps to ensure that these kids are getting a healthy meal, which they may not be getting at home. So I think what Amari could probably help explain is that even though we are a very wealthy state, we have a lot of wealthy communities, there are a lot of kids that live in those towns that fall through the cracks. So they're not receiving the meals that this legislation intends to.
Well, yeah, I think we're talking about an access to opportunity policy. For me and for the coalition, we're here to support this because we recognize that in communities all over, there are students that aren't able to get these meals, right? And we recognize that this is a policy that goes above and beyond because not only does it provide access to meals, it can increase the quality of meals that we serve our students to even have a higher reach. I think when we talk about most of the things in schools and you ask superintendents the question of what's the most important thing in the school day, they might not say breakfast or lunch. But when we recognize test days and reality in today's time, we realize that food is one of those go-to and those necessities that has become a major part of the school day. And so that's why we believe that this policy is so strong because it doesn't only give access, but it expands the opportunities that we can provide our students with the types of meals and the diversity of meals across Connecticut. And it also stimulates the economy in a way that we can reinvest these dollars back into our agriculture and our farms, which is a huge part of just school meals and a huge part of the investment of Connecticut.
Thank you. And just to clarify, not clarify, but to add to that, I guess I was also trying to point to, sugary beverages and what negative impact that is happening. We're trying to maybe accomplish many things, but two things with this. And maybe, Jim, that's something you want to speak to a little bit and just, I know you had it in your testimony, but I think it's important to reemphasize if we're going to be asking folks, in my research, we've learned that, the same communities that this tax will be levied on are the same communities that are being negatively impacted by these beverages. So I just wanted you to speak to that a little bit, if you could.
Sure. I just want to start off by just sharing a couple of statistics with you. In Connecticut, 72% of adults drink one or more sugary drinks daily. It's the 5th highest in the nation. Children consume more than 30 gallons of sugary drinks each year. It's enough to fill a bathtub. People with low incomes and people of color disproportionately experience higher rates of chronic disease such as type 2 diabetes, heart disease that are associated with sugary drinks. Consuming too many sugary drinks leads to weight gain, chronic disease in both children and adults. Early research shows a strong connection between COVID-19 and obesity, with one study finding, that obesity was the most prevalent underlying health condition among children hospitalized with COVID-19. Emergent evidence shows an association between insulin resistance, a marker of type 2 diabetes risk, and sugary drink consumption in children and adolescents. So there's a lot of health arguments to make for the reduction in consumption of sugary beverages. And I would also just mention regarding the tax portion of the bill, you will hear from a lot of residents that I'm already taxed to death in Connecticut, and certainly I feel that too. But this tax saves families money, far more than it costs. $147 per kid per month or $1,300 per kid per school year. Modeled estimates show less than a $2 difference in annual spending between income groups. Sugar drink tax results in only 0.1 to 1% additional annual household costs for low-income families and 0.3 to 0.6% for higher income families. This tax will improve health, so residents save money on long-term health care costs. Lower income families and communities of color are disproportionately targeted by sugary drink marketing and suffer higher rates of chronic disease. These groups experience the greatest health gains and largest reductions in healthcare costs after sugary drink taxes. This isn't just a revenue tool. It's a public health intervention that saves families money over time. Sugary drink taxes don't harm the economy. If anything, they help it. Philadelphia gained 800 to 1,350 jobs after the tax. No job losses in Philadelphia or San Francisco, and Berkeley saw food sector sales tax revenue rise 15% and jobs increase 7.2%.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Menapace.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To go a little bit away from some of the financial aspect of it, which I feel I'm a teacher as the background, but I was hoping that you could speak a little bit to some of the data that you have. And I don't, forgive me, I don't know if it was in here when you testified a similar bill for education about the disparity between rural and urban communities, because I believe that there's often this perception that this is only going to affect more urban districts, where I believe we've seen a lot of the data suggest that is very much not true. And at least in my experience as a teacher, it has not been the case whatsoever. I'd have never taught at a school where I did not have students who tried to skip meals as a way to actually save money. And I was hoping you could expand on that, though.
So I think from a school meals aspect, when we look across Connecticut, we look at specific programs like the Community Eligibility Provision Program, which basically means tests and says that a specific percentage of your students must qualify or live under a threshold. I'd like to throw some of the numbers to that threshold, and they're in my written testimony along with the fact sheet that if you're around tomorrow, you'll get at our school meals lobby day right in the hallway. But literally a family of four, if mom and dad both work at a minimum wage job, let's just say McDonald's, because there's a McDonald's in probably almost every community in Connecticut, right? If mom and dad both work at McDonald's, you make too much money to receive free meals, right? Across the board. And that's literally, we were just talking about the affordability rate of $48,000. Let's just say that, and that's, we know right now in Connecticut that 42 to 45,000 is the average in urban and rural communities. So literally that standpoint of affordability crosses the paths in almost every community because students are tested. And even more in our rural and our urban district, or even more in our rural districts, we see high amounts of school meal debt to where students are literally having to, at the end of the school year, literally basically have to come back to a form of legislation or try to find private philanthropy to pay for that, especially when you look at smaller towns that don't have that municipality infrastructure of affordability to be able to do that. When they still feed all students across all of their towns, especially in some of our smaller towns across. Did I kind of answer your question?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your work and for being with us today.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. My co-chair, Senator Fonfara, has a question for you. Thank you for not sprinting out of your seats.
I understand. I'm easily forgotten. I understand.
Now,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, I'm a little bit confused because I don't know, it's probably just a coincidence that the bill on sugary drinks and on renter's credit are here before us today. But it hasn't, the irony has not escaped me. And that is that we want to tax sugary drinks. We put another 5 cents on returning bottles here in Connecticut. We have high electricity rates that are blind to income, have gasoline prices going up, blind to income. And we have people who are here saying we should support a renter's credit because their incomes aren't enough to support the high cost of rent, which I get. But so we have this Chinese wall that says folks are in need of our help on a credit for their rent, but we'll raise their taxes, those very same people, where a nickel on or whatever the fee on sugary drinks will be, and a nickel on returning a bottle, and their electricity rate and their gasoline costs are much higher percentage of their income than most in this state. I don't think anyone up here disagrees with the importance of having children going to school with their bellies full. I know myself, when I have a piece of chocolate up here because I run out of energy, probably not the best thing in the world, but it's the quickest. But it does affect you cognitively when you're hungry. That's not the issue. The issue is how we're getting them to be fed. And I have a problem with saying to many of the same people who are going to be benefiting from lunches in school where their moms and dads' income is less because we choose to tax them for it. Please.
Oh, I would say this to that. Across a majority of the states, I don't want to give you a falsified number. Across a majority of the states that have free school meals policy, it was implied through a tax, regardless, right? So whether it be somewhat like a millionaire's tax, which we have in some of our neighboring states, to answer the literal question, and I know I can't ask you a question, but to make a statement would be like, we all know that this is a great policy, but finding a way to pay for it is the difference, right? And so within our poll and our study that we did, and he spoke about it earlier, it stated that within this policy, across the policy, that 92%, 93%, sorry, I'm one off. I'm kind of tired too. I need a Snickers just like you. But across 93% of people, that when we talk about it, that's even a factor in that everybody in Connecticut doesn't have a child, right? Everybody doesn't have a child, but everybody is willing to invest in children. This is not a tax that's meant or geared towards taking away. It's a tax that's meant and geared towards investing and having a stronger future, because without this, we won't have people that want to take your seat. Because you're hungry, I'm hungry, I want to get to dinner, but you're hungry, and we need this type of tax to invest, right? So in order to create a fund, we need to look at it as this is an investment in our future rather than an investment or a takeaway on top of a takeaway. Because no matter what in this world, I'm 23 and I just had to pay the same bill in March that I had to pay in February, and I'm kind of upset about that. But the takeaways still happen on top of it. So I think we have to think of it from an investment perspective rather than a takeaway perspective, because it builds a stronger future and a stronger possibility for what we can be as a state all around.
And Senator, I would just add that, as a homeowner and a taxpayer, I don't get overly excited about increased bills either. But one area where I am glad to open up my wallet for is education. If those kids aren't fed, likely not learning, they're going to be the future leaders while you and I are in the adult hospitals. I personally believe that ensuring that they get healthy food will help them avoid many chronic diseases, which we're going to end up paying for. So personally, from my point of view, this is an important policy. And you mentioned, people struggling with bills. Everybody struggles with bills. But again, this policy will save families money. $147 per kid per month, or $1,300 per kid per school year. Does that include everybody? No. But I think it's helpful.
One other question for you. You mentioned a moment ago that the evidence about impact on jobs in Philadelphia and one other city that you mentioned. Is that true?
It's in my written testimony, yes. It's also cited.
That there was an increase in jobs?
Yes.
Now, that would suggest to me that there is not less sugary drinks being sold, but more sugary drinks being sold.
Or it could also mean that the companies such as Coca-Cola has sold more Dasani water, for example.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuchar, and my apologies for missing you at the end there. Seeing actually, finally, no further questions. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Tom Gelman. How about Patrick Thompson? Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. You have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your time, Senator Fompara and Representative Horn. I really appreciate the Finance Committee. I appreciate your time, and I'm talking in support of HB 5114 for the tax credit for renters. My name is Patrick Thompson. I am from New Britain, Connecticut, and I am 26 years old, and 5 years ago, I moved out from my family's house. I moved to New Britain, Connecticut, and I moved to my first apartment complex. It was in Brittany Farms, New Britain. And that apartment complex in 2021 cost $1,400. Today, that same exact apartment costs $1,950. The extreme high rise of rent is unsustainable for our youth. Most people I know around my age is not living on their own, is living with their family. And if they don't have family, they're couch surfing. This is very common. I would not be surprised if it's a quarter of people under the age of 25 are unable to afford any type of rent, let alone are living comfortably paying a reasonable a third of their income on rent. It's unsustainable, and as was previously mentioned before, the gentleman talking about investment or for a future for our children, which I agree with paying for school lunches. We need to invest in our youth now for helping our renters who are just starting out in going day to day and can't find a place to live. I mean, so many people are just unable to find any place to live and are not able to afford anything. And it's the people who are not blessed to have parents to let them live with them with open arms is having a crisis of people who are couch surfing or just straight up homeless. So for the good of our people, our youth, young and old, we need this tax credit to help alleviate and make a life more affordable because we live in an affordability crisis. So that is why I support HB 5114, and I think a tax credit would be very, very important to the people of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Rose Nishtali?
Testing once. Great. Good afternoon, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Nashley Rose, and I live in Manchester, Connecticut. I am testifying in support of HB 5114, which would establish a renters tax credit for Connecticut residents. We've got to make it more affordable for working class people to live here. It is outrageous how hard that has become. Half of all renters are cost burdened. Wages aren't keeping up, and people are angry and fed up because they should be. I am the second oldest out of 8 siblings in my family. My family and I are working class and shouldn't pay too much in rent. We work ourselves so much that we can't even use the money we make for ourselves, limiting family time together. As a part-time student, I work and contribute most of my money to my family financially. Even the money I make, I can't even enjoy. We heard from other neighbors that the reason they moved was mainly that the rent was too high for them to afford, causing them not only financial hardships, but ultimately damaging the bonds we neighbors created. In Manchester, Connecticut, it was Catherine's Way. It is now bought, but we had a neighbor that had to move out because the rent came out to $2,600, and they moved it up to $2,800. So I asked that Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, and members of the Finance Committee to pass HB 5114 and SB 1 for our neighbors to survive and continue to receive our benefits. Renters in Connecticut are already paying property taxes. It's estimated that 20% of what people pay in rent is paying for their landlord's property taxes, but homeowners can get some tax relief for their property taxes. Most renters can't. That's not fair. A renter's tax credit will help make our state more affordable and fair. It's about making sure hardworking people who keep our communities running can actually afford to live in towns where they work. And it puts money back in people's pockets, which goes right back into our local economies and small businesses. I support HB 514 and SB 1 because my neighbors deserve to stay in their communities. They are constituents, and they deserve a Connecticut that works for them. Any questions or concerns I can answer?
Questions?
Right. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Ahmed Elkadi? Eva Henry? No. Paul Listro? Maya Torres? I'm on a roll, folks. Aaron McLaughlin.
Hello, my name is Erin McLaughlin, and excuse me, a short-term rental host, but I would like to yield my time to Jeffrey Dyer because our community believes he has the most short-term rentals experience of all the hosts in Connecticut. Thank you.
That's acceptable, right?
Have you signed up?
I did, but I was a few minutes too late. I didn't get on the time card or.
All right, so you 3 minutes.
Okay. I'm good.
Please identify yourself.
Sure. My name's Jeff Dyer. I own Tyka Rental Properties out of Sellington, Connecticut. I have owned and operated over 50 short-term rentals over the last 9 years throughout the state of Connecticut. Let's see. I respectfully submit testimony in opposition to HB 5536. Short-term rentals in Connecticut already contribute meaningful tax revenue through the state's 15% room occupancy tax, which is specifically designed as a tourism tax. Rather than creating additional local taxes that vary from town to town, it may be worth considering whether municipalities would receive a portion of the existing occupancy tax revenue, allowing towns that welcome short-term rentals to share in that revenue could support local services, downtown improvements, and initiatives that attract visitors and strengthen small businesses. It's also important to recognize that short-term rentals often serve purposes beyond tourism. A significant portion of the extended stays in my properties involve local Connecticut residents who are temporarily displaced from their homes due to fire damage, burst pipes, flooding, or other major issues. In many cases, insurance companies cover these stays while repairs are completed. Short-term rentals allow families to remain in their community during a difficult time and provide the space and amenities, such as multiple bedrooms and kitchens that hotels often can't accommodate. Other guests, including traveling nurses, construction crews, project managers, professionals working temporarily in the area. In many suburban communities where hotel options are limited, short-term rentals provide one of the only furnished housing options for families or professionals who need accommodations for several weeks or months. Short-term rentals also bring significant private investment into Connecticut communities. Across several properties, I'm currently investing nearly $2 million in renovations, not including the purchase price of the buildings. Many of these projects involve restoring distressed or vacant homes that might have otherwise remained neglected. For example, I renovated a home in Prospect that had previously suffered fire damage. In New Milford, I purchased a property that had been vacant for nearly 2 years with major mold issues. I'm currently renovating another home in Cheshire that had fire damage, and I rebuilt severely run-down 3-bedroom building in Terryville. These types of projects bring neglected properties back into productive use while improving neighborhoods and supporting local contractors.
You have reached 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
And tradespeople who work on these renovations. Short-term rentals can support economic activity in smaller communities that are working towards revitalization in downtown Terryville. I guess I could summarize. My closing statement is short-term rentals provide flexible housing, support local businesses, bring visitors to communities that may not otherwise attract tourism, and often involve significant private investment in restoring distressed properties. While thoughtful policy and responsible operation are important, any regulatory framework should be carefully balance oversight with the need to support small business, private investment, and the practical housing needs that short-term rentals often fulfill. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to reconsider HB 5536 and pursue policies that both Connecticut communities and small business operators birth for them. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you guys have any questions. please don't hesitate to ask. I missed like 3 paragraphs if anyone wants to hear them.
We'll probably hear them with the 100 people that come after you on the same subject. Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, how are you?
Good.
How many rentals do you have?
I currently have about 30 active rentals, but I've done over 50 over the last 9 years, and I've hosted about 15,000 stays.
And then, so my other question is, there's kind of like 2 parts to the bill. There's the registry, then the tax portion. What are your thoughts on the plain registry part, particularly for municipalities who have no way of getting in contact with an owner when there is an issue?
So think about it like this. Why do you need to get in contact with us if nothing's wrong? Right?
Well, that was the last 3 words of my question. When there is an issue, when municipalities or towns have,
If
you know,
there's an
wild
issue-
parties and things like that, and
If
there's
there's an
nobody-
issue, the cops will get called because there's a party or there's a fire. Why does it need to be on a registry? I don't think that it makes sense to be on a registry. If it was on a registry, it should be just for tax purposes. The privacy of the homeowner, the privacy of the home, security of the home is very important, especially for the guests. So it should definitely remain private.
So you're perfectly comfortable with no one knowing who owns the house, where the owner is, and if there is an issue that the town has with the house, that they can't get in touch with the owner?
So a police officer can get in touch with the owner of the house easily by finding out who owns the house. So I don't think that a registry is important. If someone calls the cops, they go to the house, right? If there's a problem. So why do you need a registry for that? I mean, there's a lot of privacy issues. Everyone wants to know in advance where my rentals are. I don't allow anyone who books my properties to know where they are until 2 days before the rental, because people drive by and they want to look at the property. Think about how many more people would drive by that property knowing where it was.
Okay, but it's separate issues from someone who knows it versus the town being able to get a hold of it. But anyway,
Yeah,
that's the end of my question. Thank you.
But why does the town need to get a hold of it? For what reason? Unless there's a major issue is what I'm asking you. Like what other reason other than a party or a fire do you guys need to contact the homeowner if there's any issue? There wouldn't be any other reason.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Could you give the clerk your name again, please? John Chapman. No Chapman. Okay. Tatiana Andreeva.
Yes, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Can hear you fine.
Thank you. My name is Tatiana Andreeva. I'm an associate professor of agriculture and resource economics at the University of Connecticut. And I'm testifying in support of HB 5537 because I believe it would improve children's health and provide a sustainable way to fund universal school meals in the state. For the past 20 years, my research has focused on child nutrition policy and including food and beverage taxes. So that's why I'm testifying to share my experience. And I want to highlight 3 key points. First, food and beverage taxes are an evidence-based policy. We now have 83 countries and 17 localities worldwide, including 9 in the United States, that have adopted these taxes, so we know how they work. Research consistently shows that they reduce consumption by raising prices and do not lead to job losses. Second, these policies generate substantial revenue. The proposed tax is estimated to raise about $200 million per year for the state. For comparison, Philadelphia, whose population is less than half of Connecticut's, they raise about $75 million a year from a smaller tax. So dedicating this revenue to universal school meals would address a critical need for families across the state. As we heard earlier, 4 neighboring states, New York, Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, they all have universal school meals. So our state remains one of the few in the region without this important benefit for families. Sam, a few words about some concerns. So you might hear about cross-border shopping, meaning that people go out of state to purchase beverages as well as to avoid the tax, as well as other groceries. So that we don't see evidence of any cross-border shopping in Seattle or Philadelphia that have a tax. And in our case, our neighboring states have much higher food prices and a cost of living, including, and not to mention their, high highway toll, their tolls, right? So it's unlikely that Connecticut retailers would face a significant competitive disadvantage if this tax came to reality. Another concern is regressivity. So while beverage taxes are technically regressive, the benefits often outweigh the costs. Again, we have lots of evidence from multiple studies. Lower income communities face higher rates of diet-related diseases. So reducing sugar bean consumption could help get the health benefits that we discussed earlier. At the same time, universal school meals provide real financial relief for families, saving them substantial funds in food spending. And finally, as Connecticut considers implementing universal school meals, the state should explore opportunities to prioritize purchasing from local farms where feasible, so that we could use this investment in child nutrition to also support Connecticut agriculture. So in conclusion, HB 5537 presents a meaningful opportunity to improve child health, support families, and establish a sustainable funding stream for universal school meals. I respectfully ask you for your support for this important bill, and thank you for your time. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlos Martinez. Jim Blau.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm testifying in support of HB 5114, which would establish a renter's tax credit. I'm speaking in support of this because, as many other people have noted here today, the cost of living in Connecticut has been increasing at a rather dramatic rate in recent years, and many people find it substantially unaffordable just to get by in this state, especially lower income people. And I think that we're all aware that this has become especially difficult in recent days due to the conflict in Iran, causing gas prices to spike. I believe they've gone up about $1 since the conflict began, and obviously this disproportionately impacts lower income people, many of whom are operating on very tight margins of affordability as it is, and need their cars to get to work and so on, and get their kids to school, making things extremely difficult for them, even more difficult than they have been. So I think that exacerbates the urgency of this particular bill, 5114, and really any and all efforts at relieving the burdens of cost of living on working people in Connecticut. This bill in particular will be especially helpful because it's targeted at housing, which, as we all know, is one of the largest expenses that Connecticut residents have to deal with. And we also all know that the cost of housing, especially rent, which is what we're talking about for most working people in Connecticut, the cost of housing has been rising faster than wages. squeezing people even more. So I think this bill is very timely in that respect and very necessary. I would like to note that that I am somewhat older. I'm actually in the 4th decade of my career, and I would not qualify for this credit because of the cutoff at $75,000 of annual income. So it wouldn't benefit me, but I think that all of us can see if we, and I certainly can see this when I look around at my family members, friends,
You have
neighbors.
reached 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
Yes, so I think we all know that everyone around is struggling with high housing costs, and this bill will substantially help to offset that for working people, people who work paycheck to paycheck. And I respectfully ask that the committee members support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Karen Martin.
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Karen Martin. I'm a 3rd-term Town Council representative for the town of East Haven. I'm here in support of an act establishing a short-term rental registry and authorizing optional municipal supplemental tax on short-term rentals. Across Connecticut, communities are grappling with the rapid growth of short-term rentals marketed through online platforms. While these rentals can provide income for property owners and options for visitors, their proliferation, especially in residential neighborhoods, has created real challenges for municipalities and for full-time residents who live in those communities year-round. The town of East Haven has already taken steps to address these issues by enhancing a local ordinance intended to protect full-time residents, particularly on the shoreline neighborhoods that have experienced a high concentration of short-term rental activity. However, local efforts alone are not sufficient. One of the greatest obstacles municipalities is facing is simply identifying where these short-term rental properties are located and determining who is responsible for them. Short-term rental operators frequently advertise properties across multiple platforms, sometimes using different names and management companies. As a result, properties can be extremely difficult for towns to locate and monitor. This lack of transparency undermines local ordinances, makes enforcement inconsistent, and places an unfair burden on municipal staff attempting to protect neighborhood stability and quality of life. A statewide short-term rental registry would address the problem directly. By requiring short-term rental operators to register their properties in a centralized system, municipalities would finally have reliable information about where these rentals are operating. This transparency would allow towns to enforce local ordinances fairly and effectively, ensuring that short-term rentals operate responsibly and in compliance with local regulations. The bill's provision allowing municipalities to adopt optional supplemental tax on short-term rentals is also important. Short-term rentals can place additional demands on local services such as public safety, parking, management, waste collection, and code enforcement. Allowing municipalities the option to adopt supplemental tax ensures that communities hosting large numbers of visitors can recover some of the costs associated with this activity. Importantly, the measure preserves local control by making the tax optional rather than mandatory. Additionally, requiring short-term rental return filings to include disaggregated sales tax information will improve transparency and accountability. Currently, bundled tax reporting makes it difficult for the state and municipalities to understand the true scale of the short-term rental market. More detailed reporting will allow policymakers to make informed decisions based on accurate data. The goal for this legislation is to eliminate the goal of this legislation is not to eliminate short-term
You
rental,
have reached 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
but to ensure that they operate in transparent, responsible, and fair manner that respects communities in which they exist. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to support an act establishing a short-term rental registry and authorizing optional municipal tax short-term rentals. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Martin? Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Karen, did you had mentioned that you're already doing some things in East Haven for short-term rental
Yes.
regulation or whatever that is. Could you tell me what you're doing? Tell us what you're
Oh,
doing.
We have it's a 6-page ordinance. If there's any specific questions, I mean, the thing that jumps out right away is that we are restricting rentals to people who own their homes and make it their primary residence. So if they live in their homes for more than the majority of the year, then they can rent them out as a short-term rental. But they have to go through the permitting process and all the registrations and all the rules and regulations that go with getting the permit, such as inspections and, pretty much everything a hotel might have to go through.
And is there anything else that you do?
Oh, again, we have a 6-page ordinance. I'd be happy to send it to you. It's really a very good ordinance.
Yeah, so I guess my question is then if you do all that on your own as a town, you can come up with that and do it yourself. Why do you need this legislation?
As I said when I was talking before, is that we are having a hard time finding them. If it's required that every short-term rental in the state be registered, that would really make finding them, and not just for us, but for everybody, finding them far more easy to accomplish and have them, follow our rules and regulations and get the permits and get the inspections and follow the rules and regulations.
And do you think, say I owned a home somewhere and I decided, maybe I lost my husband as one of our testifiers did, and I've got a big home and I'm like, the only way I'm going to stay here is to rent out a couple of rooms.
Yeah,
Am
that's
I
not
gonna think
included.
to get in touch with you and, register myself now as something different than I already was? I'm still paying my taxes. Everything's
Well,
still the same. I
That's
just want to do some short-term rentals.
that
I don't
part
know
is
if I'm
not
gonna remember to
included.
come to town hall and register me. I just asking that question is, do you think everybody's gonna pop right over and register themselves as soon as they decide to do something like this? How do you
Well,
enforce people registering, I guess is my question.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that would be a question. Enforcement is always an issue. However, with your specific intention there, we do not require people, if they're just renting out a room, it's their primary residence, so they can just rent out a room if they'd like to.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Karen, for your answers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pauletta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just have one brief question. So we've heard a lot of testimony around this subject today, and I guess something you said intrigued me about the local ordinance. So many municipalities, of what I've heard, have implemented their own ordinance, and so they have a way to track this. And I'm wondering, in your town in East Haven, if you have had any uptick in complaints or calls regarding the short-term rentals since you implemented this policy. And I guess my question is, when did you implement the policy, and whether or not there have been any uptick in complaints since you implemented that policy? So it's a two-part question.
Yeah, well, so the policy went into effect on January 1st of this year. So as far as if we're having trouble with enforcement because we can't seem to, again, find all the people who are supposed to be getting a permit for their property. So that it would be so helpful if the state would organize a registry for, but again, compliance is always an issue. So that's our issue right now, is compliance. And we're having trouble finding the people who are supposed to be taking out a permit and getting started with the very start of this ordinance. And so
Thank you.
unfortunately, we're 2 months in and 3 months in, and we still don't have a good enforcement. But
Thank you. And I guess as a local elected official, right, you could technically enforce the registry list locally, right? You could, if you put it in January 1st, we're into March, I guess you could have your own list locally, right? Let's say it didn't come from a state level, but you still could have a list at your disposal in the town of East Haven, correct?
We could. It would be nice if we did, but again, we're having trouble with compliance.
Thank you.
Everybody who owns a short-term rental piece of property in East Haven is fully aware that this went into effect on January 1st. We're just, but I can honestly say there's not a lot of compliance. There's not a lot of people who have sought their permit. Some, but not many.
Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, ma'am. Can you tell me on the compliance issue, what kind of sticks you're using or carrots for people to actually use your registry?
Well, we did make it, so we tried to make everybody happy, which of course you never can do. But what we did try to do was with the primary residence. So we're not saying you cannot rent your property. We're saying that we want you to be, so we want the owners to be more available. We want the people next door to you to say, oh yes, they always rent out their property for a few months in the summer, but they live here, so I know who to get in touch with if there's a problem. It's just more responsible renting, I would say. So there's that. We tried to make that a little better for the owners. As far as anything else, yeah, I don't think we don't have any carrots for sure. But we got so many complaints over the last few years of people being out of control, and the people next door, the owners of the house next door, it's not pretty especially along the shoreline. I mean, a lot of people bought their houses along the shoreline to retire in, and then they have to deal with the nonsense of the short-term renters. Either way, you know, I didn't want to discuss the good parts and the bad parts of short-term rentals because there's a little bit of each. What I would like what I really would like is for the state to help municipalities as much as possible. Further legislation would be even better for statewide. But since we don't have that right now, if you could just help us out with a registry, that would make municipalities so much easier for us to enforce our rules and regulations. And we really do have a good ordinance. I'd be happy to email it to you. It's a good ordinance, and we're really proud of it. It's just we have to enforce it, and it would be easier to enforce if we had a registry.
Yes, that would be really great if you could email in your ordinance to the committee. Thank
Sure,
you.
will do.
Ms. Martin, do you not have the ability to enforce if someone is not registering their property?
Yeah, we do. We just have to find it. We'd have to find them. So yeah, we do. We do have a fine system. So they can get fined if they're not registered within a certain amount of days.
And is that something that is provided to your residents, that exists, that
Yes.
possibility exists?
Yes. As I said, everyone was made fully aware of the ordinance. When we did it back in April, we made the ordinance, went into effect on January 1st. I think people are just waiting to see if we are going to enforce it, which we will when we find them.
I guess I'm not certain how a state registry would inform anyone any differently than you would as to their obligation.
I'm just hoping that the higher authority would help more. I mean, yeah, we're the town, we do have an ordinance, but I was hoping that the higher authority of the state level would help more.
Is it much different than personal property and the obligation to report your personal property?
No, it's about the same.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kimberly Griljalva. Hopefully I got close. Apologize if I didn't.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Grijalva. I am a short-term rental host, a small business owner, and a proud tourism ambassador of the state of Connecticut. It's easy to look at Airbnb and VRBO and see faceless, nameless entities, but behind those platforms are people like me. independent hosts, tourism gatekeepers, and small business owners held to some of the highest standards in the hospitality industry. We don't have corporate market budgets. We are at the mercy of algorithms. If we do not maintain a perfect rating, we don't get bookings. Our livelihood depends on being exceptional, not adequate. I have operated my farm stay, 100 Acre Wood in North Stonington, for 4.5 years as a 5-star host. I maintain a mobile-friendly website featuring over 75 local destinations, restaurants, wineries, museums, and events, because I believe my job is to connect guests to experience here in Connecticut. I am a member of the Mystic Chamber of Commerce and CT Visit. I have even connected guests with local realtors because they fall in love with my farm, this state, and want to stay. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking to be treated the same as hotels. We already pay occupancy taxes, sales taxes, and local property taxes. Connecticut collects 15% room occupancy tax on short-term rentals, more than they charge for bed and breakfast. The same rate paid by hotels, plus the 6.35% sales tax, bringing the total for guest days of 21%. In 2025, the state collected an estimated $1.5 billion in state and local tax revenue from tourism. The Mystic region alone accounts for 29% of that, of Connecticut's tourism, contributing to an industry worth, in the state of Connecticut, $19.5 billion in economic impact. How much of that flows back to towns like North Stonington and Mystic? None. And for many of us, this isn't just a rental business. My guest house is part of Connecticut's agritourism economy. 65% of our rental proceeds directly fund our beef operation and keep our farm financially viable. Across the state, farmers are leaning on short-term rentals to keep their land in the black. Adding new taxes and burdens to hosts means adding to an already overtaxed agricultural sector as well. So my question to you is this: rather than finding new ways to burden the small business owners, why not return a meaningful share of those occupancy taxes to cities and towns? Every new regulation, every additional fee, every new layer of compliance makes it harder to run a small business in Connecticut. It doesn't just host, it
You have
doesn't,
reached 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
I will. It drives tourism dollars across the state. Massachusetts currently has a $30 billion tourism. Why are we $10 billion less? So we are economic contributors, community builders, and Connecticut's most personal and passionate ambassadors. I do oppose this bill for the reasons of additional taxation. I am okay with a registry. There's nothing wrong with registering a business. We are already registered with the state. Anyone who's Airbnb has to be registered with the state. If there's issues with your Airbnb and a neighbor complains, you are taken off of the platform. There are already safeguards to prevent people having parties and whatnot at Airbnbs. There's a lot of us out there that are really contributing to this tourism economy. And I'm personally tired of being treated like an adversary and versus a important part of our tourism economics.
Questions? Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for your testimony and taking the time to come up to the Capitol today. Out of curiosity, correct me if I'm wrong, did you just share that you would be supportive, not supportive, but you, as far as the proposal concerning the registry, that is the proposal as part of the bill that you are least unsupportive of, so to speak?
I don't have a problem with the registry. I run my business as a professional small business registered with the state. We file annual income taxes. So yeah, I have no problem with the registry. I do have a problem with creating a precedent where STRs pay more and are open to, if towns are then open to, where does that end in how much they can tax us?
Thank you.
Have you submitted written testimony?
Not yet.
Could you do that?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick comment. Thank you so much for everything you do for the state of Connecticut. And I agree with you. I think that there's plenty of these short-term rentals and what you're doing there and your farm and all of that and everything that you're doing. I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the fact that, you know, a lot of people are doing this to keep their heads above water, whether it's keeping a farm alive, and I know what that's all about. I've done it myself, to just being able to pay the exorbitant taxes that are being levied on, you know, people's homes. So keep it up, keep up the good work. And, you know, again, as far as the registry even goes, I appreciate that you're not necessarily, you know, adverse to that. But at the same time, like you just said, you're already registered. You're registered as a business. You're registered as a business with the state of Connecticut, but you're also registered as a homeowner with your town. So the registry is just added burden for a lot of people, not only the reporters, but the people that have to take all the information. So I think it's not worth it. But thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Irene. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Thank you. Alex Knopp.
Thank you, members of the Finance Committee, especially my colleague from the class of 1987, John Fonfera, whose hair stays dark while mine gets white. I'm here today to ask you to add a new Section 2 to House Bill 5538, which is your study bill, to create a blue ribbon property tax relief and reform commission. I think this is urgently necessary because of three fundamental improvements or changes in the fiscal landscape since the last studies were done. First is the creation in 2017 and reenacted in 2023 of the fiscal guardrails, which have limited some of the most traditional means of property tax relief, state aid to municipalities in the form of pilot, ECS, excess cost, and other spending grants. This in part was caused by the change in the constitutional spending cap in 2018 to include aid to distressed municipalities for the first time. Second, there has been an unbelievable change in property tax evaluations caused by the post-pandemic increase in residential values and decrease in commercial values. This has caused an enormous shift within the grand list of many municipalities from the commercial to the residential property values, such that property taxes could go up by 10 or 15% for homeowners, even if municipal spending only goes up 4 or 5%. And third, there's the impact of the cruel national budget policies of the Trump administration, which have attacked many blue states or sanctuary cities and have cut aid. The state of Connecticut has done a good job in replying to that by protecting many state programs like SNAP and so on, but not enough has been done to deal with the increase in municipal costs. There's not really been a significant study of property taxes since the 2003 Blue Ribbon Commission that was chaired by Mayor DeStefano. Property taxes were studied in the 2015 State Tax Commission, but that was only a small part of it. Let me acknowledge and thank the Finance Committee and the General Assembly for adding funding last year to the excess cost grant, for completing the ECS phase-in, and for enacting in 2023 a municipal option homestead exemption. But I think the problem with property taxes now exceeds those kinds of traditional responses, and we need something equivalent to what you did in 2017 to deal with the debt crisis in enacting the fiscal guardrails, to enact
You have reached 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
Sure, to enact a similar comprehensive and innovative program to deal with property taxes. And I thank you. And again, this is just a study bill. I just ask you to add a new Section 2 so that we can include property taxes for a really thorough look that we haven't had for many years. and that we desperately need.
Thank you, Alex. And I would just say for the committee, unless there are questions for former Mayor of Norwalk, Knopp. As Alex indicated, we came in together in the legislature 117 years ago. And he was a dear friend then, he's a dear friend now. And he was a great credit of the city of Norwalk in his service to the legislature and then as mayor of Norwalk.
Thank you, Jen.
And we miss you, my friend, and we wish you well in all your endeavors and continuing to advocate for the people of Connecticut.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brianna Rodriguez.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay, cool. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brianna Rodriguez, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 5114, which would establish a renter's tax credit here in Connecticut for Connecticut residents. I am a canvasser for the Connecticut Project, and my entire job consists largely of hearing stories from members of my community on how rising housing costs have been making it harder and harder for them to survive. You know, from my neighbor who lives down in downtown New Britain, which is where I'm from, on disability, whose rent has doubled within the last year and now is moving to Wyoming with a minimum wage of $7.25 just because that's what he can afford, where he can afford to live. To the single mom who went from being a homeowner to a renter, now paying $700 more each month to house her family. In such a wealthy state, a state that prides itself on taking care of its people and making Connecticut a place to call home, it's disappointing how little these words mean. And unfortunately, that's just how it comes off to a lot of us, because your constituents no longer trust the words from government, both the federal government and our state government, when we say that we want a more affordable Connecticut. And I know that's something that we all would like, but it's, action that we need to see. The obvious fact is that rent is rising alongside many other costs, and the only relief people really get nowadays is just closing their eyes at the end of the night after working multiple jobs, and even that's not guaranteed for many residents. This renter's tax credit could help people catch up on bills, buy groceries for a month or two, or even get a head start on the next rent payment. This renter's tax credit could have made it so that my family didn't need to be evicted from our apartment for no longer being able to afford it, displacing us and spreading us from the only home that we knew. Thankfully, my grandmother is a saint and one of the best people I know, so she was able to house me and my two other siblings in her one-bedroom apartment until I can find housing. And it's been very difficult because rent is very expensive. But this renter's tax credit could put faith back into the people of Connecticut that their state leaders actually care whether or not they live or die, because unfortunately it is that serious. As we know, people aren't only paying for rent. They have childcare costs, car payments, and gas prices going up, medical bills for their kids, their parents, their grandparents, and even putting off their own very much needed prescriptions for the month so that they can pay their rent. People are going to bed with the fear that the next morning they may not be able to live in the apartment that they called home, and they will have nowhere else to go. House Bill 5114 gives people some room to prevent that from happening. There's many doors that we knocked on that they said that they've lived in Connecticut their entire lives, and it's not the same Connecticut that they grew up in. Meaning it is very hard for us now to grow up in Connecticut, to raise our kids in Connecticut, to even grow old in Connecticut. So we need to be shown that the state of Connecticut has our back, and we need to make the difference that we need to see here in CT so that we can actually thrive. So please pass House Bill 5114, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brianna, for your testimony. Other questions? Thank you very much. Rafael Ayalo. Jaron Gibson.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Jaron Gibson. I'd like to just say good afternoon to the Representative Horn and Senator Fanfara and the rest of the Financial Committee. Personally, I'm trying to support the HB 5114. I've been a renter since about 8 years ago, and last year I got hurt and wasn't able to work anymore. So circumstances I considered I had to move back in with my mom because it was too expensive and just a lot of things happened. I really feel like the cost of living is crazy right now, as everybody have said, and it's a burden for so many people, especially renters, because it's not just our rent that's high, it's gas, electric, water, whatever else. And when I was living at my last location, my electric bill just kept going up, and that just exasperated everything else going on. I really feel like $1,000 to $2,500 more back when doing your taxes would help. Not that much, but it would be a bigger help than not having it. Because like Brianna just said, it's really hard out here. I don't know what else to say about that. But yeah, that's basically it. Thank you for your time. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Gibson. Are there questions for Jaron? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for pronouncing my name right. That's cool.
I listen. Wayne Pesci.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Ranking Member Paletta, and the members of the committee who've hung around here for over 4 hours now and still going, and appreciate everybody's time here today, and very happy to be here to talk to you about House Bill 5537. Kind of glad I hung around and was number 64 because I had an opportunity to listen to some folks testify in front of me, and I'd just like to make a couple comments very quickly about that, and then I have a few personal comments after. My friend Ken Dowtrick from the Stats Polling Group claimed that 93% of people would favor a tax on soft drinks to support school lunch funding. I can find he did a poll for me on wine and grocery stores that he had me up over 90% too. So I can just tell you right now, you can make a poll, say anything you wanted to say. I guess I really wanted to start here by saying that 3 years ago, I sat in front of the Public Health Committee, I believe it was, and supported school lunches, universal school lunches, and submitted testimony on behalf of school lunches. So just, again, all of my commentary is not predicated on kids not having lunch, and I'm a big supporter of that. So I should have started there. The fellow from the American Heart Association somehow had insight into jobs in Philadelphia, and that jobs had actually been created through the beverage tax in Philadelphia. There were hundreds of jobs that were lost in that community within the city, all from beverage companies and distributors who were distributing soft drinks, not only the large players, but all of the players that were providing products to smaller stores too. So I'm not sure where that came from. And the Red Center claimed that cross-border shopping didn't occur in Philadelphia. That, in fact, is untrue. At least 3 major branded grocery stores closed in Philadelphia when that tax was enacted, and many smaller businesses were also put out. So just wanted to go there for a second. I represent more than 300 food retailers across Connecticut, and I believe I also speak for thousands of businesses that sell beverages and tens of thousands of consumers who would be negatively impacted by this tax. My first job was as a route driver at Coca-Cola in Waterbury, Connecticut. It wasn't a job. It became a 27-year career. That work allowed me to buy my first home, raise my family, put 2 kids through college, and save for retirement at the same time that I've worked to secure here in Connecticut. Jobs in the beverage and grocery industry provide real middle-class careers, and policies that reduce soft drink sales threaten those opportunities for others. The economic impact would be significant.
You have reached 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
Yep. In an economy already going through major changes, hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs tied to beverage sales, distribution, logistics, and supply chain would be at risk. Appreciate your time here today, and appreciate you giving me a few minutes to come in and talk about the bill.
That is your right, sir. Representative Rader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I wasn't going to ask a question, and it's more a statement because I think it's really important, because we should always be working with facts. And when the gentleman spoke for the American Heart Association, he spoke to facts. And the only reason I wanted to bring this up is I had some policy folks do the background research on their data to verify it. And it is verified. So I just wanted to be up, and I don't want to argue it back and forth. And that's not the point. You're absolutely free to have your opinion on this. But in terms of the data around Philadelphia, they did garner employment. They did not lose grocery stores. And I can share all of this research with you, and I'm very happy to, but I think it's very, very important that I just wanted to be on the record about that, because I think it's very valuable. And I'm absolutely understanding of your perspective and opinion. But I also think it's important not to disparage other testifiers here today as well.
Well, I think I can share some data with you as well that it speaks to job loss and grocery stores closing in Philadelphia. I will follow up with that
Thank you.
for
Please
you.
submit that to our committee. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I will do that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Piscopo in the far corner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A voice from the far corner. Thank you for coming, Wayne. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. I'm wondering if, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot with this question, but I was waiting for the right person to ask it. And I know on a federal level, they tried to limit sugary drinks on the SNAP program and stuff like that because they were saying, it's not appropriate for that benefit. Do you know if in Connecticut you could buy those sugary drinks on SNAP and stuff like that? Is that something that you would know?
Currently, the SNAP beneficiary can buy the same products that any consumer in the state could buy. I know that certain states have taken some waivers and are looking at soft drinks specifically. But right now in Connecticut, you can still buy soft drinks with SNAP benefits.
Thank you. We might have a flaw in the way this bill is written then, because I think we exempt those receiving municipal benefits. I think we accept, well, we'll work it out in committee. Thank you, Wayne. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Do you live in Thomaston?
Family members. I'm a Middlebury guy.
Thank you, Wayne.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Zandali Rodriguez. Randa James. Kevin Jacobs. Nesta Flores. Taylor Shireen. Paul Boudreau. You had to break my streak.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for staying with us through this long hearing. Good afternoon, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, ranking members, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Paul Boudreau. I live in North Haven. I'm a housing advocate, a tenant union organizer, and a Connecticut project leader. And none of those titles really matter right now, because what really qualifies me best today to speak as an expert is that I've been a renter almost my entire life, starting at birth. I was fortunate to grow up in safe, stable housing, but when I turned 18, I faced decades of housing insecurity. And more than once in my lifetime, I've experienced homelessness. So when I speak about housing policy in this building, I'm not speaking theoretically or academically. I'm speaking from lived experience about what happens when the cost of housing outruns our ability to work enough hours and work enough jobs to keep paying the rent. That's why I'm here today in support of Connecticut House Bill 5114. The bill establishes a refundable renter's tax credit, allowing eligible renters to receive a credit adjusted by income between $1,000 and $2,500 per year. And critically, this credit is refundable, meaning renters who owe little or no income tax can still receive this benefit. Because the people struggling the most with rent are often the same people who see the least amount of relief from the tax system or any of our systems. Right now, renters across Connecticut are failing financially by the dozens. Homelessness has increased 45% in 2024. I can't even look at the 25 numbers because I don't think I can handle if it went up more. These new unhoused people didn't suddenly appear out of nowhere. They're the result of a very real eviction pipeline, one that begins long before court filings are ever needed. Most people who lose their housing never make it to an eviction hearing. When the rent goes up, the math simply stops working and people move on before ending up with an eviction on their record. By the time a lawyer is involved, it's too late. As my friend Mark Colville of Rosetta Village says, the emergency is tonight, and really the emergency is right now. HB 5114 won't solve the housing crisis on its own, but it'll put real money back in the pockets of renters who are paying the highest share of their income just to stay housed. And sometimes the difference between stability and homelessness isn't a massive policy overhaul. Sometimes it's a few $1,000s arriving at the exact moment someone needs it most to keep the lights on and the doors locked behind them. I respectfully urge the committee to support HB 5114. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Boudreau? Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Paul. I grew up in North Haven. Whereabouts in North Haven?
I'm right on Dixwell, right by the Route 40 entrance.
You grew up there?
No, I did not. I grew up in Bridgeport, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I grew up because I know Mr. Boudreau, who's a siding. I understand what you're trying to do. It's just a matter of where the income tax goes as far as the owner or the renter. So I get it's a difficult situation, but I just want to say hello. I'm in town. I'm always, if I'm not here, I'm in town. So you can always reach out to me.
Yeah, I'm new to North Haven. I was in Hamden for about 15 years. And
yeah, I just looked it up. Yeah.
Yeah. And thanks to, housing instability, I ended up in North Haven. And thank God I found the place. As a tenant union organizer, not a lot of people want to rent to me, as you could imagine.
But anyway, thank you for sticking out today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Melissa Costas.
Good morning, Representative Horn and Senator Fonford.
It may be morning before we're done, but please proceed.
That is very true. And the members of the rest of the Financial Committee. My name is Melissa Costas, and I live in Middletown, Connecticut, and I am testifying in support of House Bill 5114, which will establish a renter's tax credit for all working class Connecticut residents. I am currently a renter and a mother of three. I am 27 years old and unfortunately grew up most of my life in the DCF system and unable to get much job experience for my resume due to these things. So for what someone like me, especially a young parent of three children, this tax credit could really help those who don't get that very much of an income to help provide for their kids. And not only that, we all in Connecticut need to make sure that these citizens of America have a roof over their head. Our housing rate, our homeless housing rate is outrageous right now. You hear all the news, clean up the streets, but how can we clean up these streets if our housing and our rent is completely skyrocketed? You know, it will in the end help decrease criminals in, you know, trespassing on other people's places and or even, you know, squatters' rights. It will also decrease a lot of that. And I also want you to consider these children who every single year are moving from home to home to home and what that does to a child's mental stability. It's such inconsistency and such instability, and children need consistency. And for generations, you know, this is one of the very big generational failures of our state among all the others that we have. Now, my question to you is, you know, do you want to be a part of the positive change to break our generational failures? Or do you want to stay on the side, the same nostalgic way we've done everything? Because the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different response. So I ask you, do you want to be a part of the positive change for America and Connecticut itself? Or do you just want to be a part of the failed system?
Thank you very much. Questions for Ms. Costas? Representative Rader.
I just wanted to compliment you on being here as a mom of three and spending all this time waiting to testify. And I think your testimony, among many others today, is really impactful. And I appreciate you lending your perspective. I just had one simple question for you. Do you feel that the legislation as written feels fair and equitable? Or do you feel that that will have a pretty strong impact on you and others that might take advantage of it?
I feel that if they put in rules and stipulations to make sure it's going to the people who are using it appropriately, then yes, it could work. And, you know, then it would completely eliminate people misusing these financials. But, you know, at the same time, we pay taxes on our rent as much as we pay just to live in our home, you know, and part of paying taxes is being able to claim them at the beginning of the year. We're paying fees and taxes a part of our rent. Why are we not able to claim them along with the taxes we get taken out of our pay stubs? You know, it's hand in hand. You get taxed for your job, for your paycheck, you get taxed from your rent. You can claim the taxes you get from your paycheck. Why can't you claim it from your rent?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is probably a question I should have asked a long time ago today, but didn't think of it. So we create a renter's credit. Your landlord knows that. He now knows that you have more money because of the credit. What's to stop him from raising the rent?
Unfortunately, right now, it's about tackling one job at a time. It's baby steps to the bigger picture. And right now, it's just House Bill 5144. And then next, it will hopefully be stopping these landlords from spiking the prices outrageously. It's just baby steps, one thing at a time. I mean, landlords are pricing apartments that are only worth living for like $1,000, but pricing them at $2,000. I mean, I've had to move consistently a couple different times, and for some people, you know, making ends meet and worrying about where they're gonna live the next year is a very like realistic worry for a lot of Connecticut citizens, and worrying about if their kids are gonna have somewhere to live the following year. It's not just a criminal injustice to us as adults, it's an injustice to our children.
Well, Connecticut is doing a lot. This legislature is doing a lot to build more housing, which will create
And
more supply.
housing created does nothing to where if you don't have the money, you don't have the money.
Now, the
You
more
can create-
more supply will provide for greater opportunity to lower rents. Landlords will know if they can't find someone to take their rent, their apartment, they're going to lower the rent because they want to fill the apartment. It's a supply.
Every landlord looks at it that way, unfortunately, because landlords do also take advantage of those tenants who just need it right then and there, who don't maybe have such a good
Right.
housing record, who have evictions. So some landlords take advantage of people like that who are just trying to get what they can for now. So.
Thanks very much. Nancy Jones.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, and members of the Finance Committee. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, but my name is Nancy Ann Jones, and I live in Meriden, and I am testifying in support of the HB 5114, which could establish a renter's tax credit for Connecticut residents. Well, I don't know really, what to say, but I wrote it down, but I'm just going to say my honesty, what I'm going through. While the cost of living is extremely high, and we all know that, I am 43 years old and I've been in Connecticut, a resident my whole life. I actually just came back to Connecticut 2 years ago because I had to move to Arkansas. I came homeless here and could not afford it. So I had to move to Arkansas and it was much cheaper. I wanted to come back home. So here I am now 2 years later. And actually in February, I have nowhere to go. I am struggling. I am in a program that I still have to pay rent. They will pay a percentage, but I still have to pay rent. And in February, the program is being taken away from me. So I am back to square one in the shelter. So, I mean, just Connecticut is just extremely high. It's hard. I'm struggling. My 3 children in there, I don't know what I'm going to do. So I could just give my opinion. I'm sorry. So that's why I'm asking you if you guys could please pass the HB 514 with a fully refundable renter's tax credit for households earning under $75,000, which is me, with a maximum of $2,500 per household, which means 300,000 working class renters household could get nearly $300 million back in their pockets, claimed at tax time with protections that their landlords from ever knowing what the tenants receive. And I really feel like Connecticut needs that. Personally, me, like I said, I'm homeless and I've been here 43 years and had to move out and wanted to come back for family. And I think it was probably a bad move because I had to go straight to a shelter with my 3 kids. And I'm in a bad situation now because I'm about to be back at square one. So I still have to pay rent though. So I feel, like we should get something back for this. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry I'm nervous, but thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You did great. And we
Thank
thank you for wanting to advocate for yourself and for others. Question.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Taylor Hill. I love the shaking of the head of the committee administrator. Ginny Kozlowski. Very good, Ginny. Vinnie Noble. Melanie Cruz. Carol Rios. Melanie Cruz.
Hi there.
Hi, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfora, ranking members and members of the Finance and Revenue and Bonding Committee. My name is Melanie, and I'm a Connecticut resident of Rocky Hill and Connecticut project leader. Today, I'm testifying in support of HB 5114 for a renter's tax credit. This rebate will be beneficial to our working class individuals in Connecticut, including myself, to catch up on bills, buy groceries, pay off credit card debt, and so much more. The cost of living has gone up due to the inflation, but not our pay. People in Connecticut are living paycheck to paycheck, barely making it, and this would help over 300,000 household in Connecticut. Other states have passed this bill, and Connecticut should as well. I know I have a child, and it's very hard for me. She's disabled, and she runs through a lot of clothes because she bites on them. That can simply help me, pay for her clothing in advance. That way she has more in stock. That way, I don't have to constantly keep going to the stores and constantly come out of pocket for that. And so I'm asking the committee to pass HB 5514, and thank you all for your time. And I appreciate you guys for taking your time out to listen to me.
Melanie, let me say this, that you can testify anytime when you stay under the 3-minute mark. Thank you very much.
For you guys.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Carol Rios. Kimberly Lake.
Hello?
Hi, Kimberly.
Hi.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Kimberly Lake, and I live in Hartford. I am testifying in support of HB 5114, which would establish a renter's tax credit for Connecticut residents. As we know, Connecticut is expensive to live in, and renters are cost burden, wages aren't keeping up with what's going on, and people are angry and fed up. I know of several people who have had to move out of their homes because they couldn't afford the rent. One friend of mine, her and her daughter had to move out because they could no longer afford the rent. And it took them a long time to find a place to live that they could afford. And they're still having difficulties making it, and they're getting assistance. I don't think it's fair that the homeowners get their taxes returned, but us renters, we pay their taxes and whatnot, and we don't get anything in return. A renter's tax credit would help make our state more affordable and fair. It puts money back in people's pockets, which goes right back into our local economy and small businesses. I support HB 5114 because my neighbors deserve to stay in their communities. I am asking the committee to pass HB 5114 with a fully refundable renter's tax tax credit for households earning under $7,500 with a maximum of $2,500 per household. That means 300 working class renter households get nearly 300 million back in their pockets. Working class renters are your constituents. It's time to make Connecticut more affordable and more fair for all of us. And I'm done.
Kimberly, thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions for Ms. Lake? Thank you.
Thank you.
So, exercising the prerogative of the chair and giving the inclement weather, we're going to deviate from the list at this point to call on people who are here who are interested and have signed up to testify. And if you could raise your hand for a moment to see who that is. Okay. I believe I'm going to go down the list of I know there are some that signed up as remote that it may be here. But for those who are here who signed up as in person, that would be helpful. But I know there's at least one who signed that's listed as remote to be speaking on behalf of that person. And I believe it's Ms. McLaughlin speaking on behalf of Ryan Elliott. Is that correct?
Hello, and thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Erin McLaughlin. I'm a Connecticut resident, small business owner, and short-term rental host. Firstly, as a small business owner for the past 20 years, I am very sensitive to the effect of yet more regulation and administration for small business owners. Short-term rental hosts are overwhelmingly local residents and small business owners. Unnecessary duplicate regulations, fees, fines, and taxes slowly strangle small businesses in a state that boasts its support of small local businesses. I fail to understand how it is acceptable to demonize and discriminate against short-term rental small business owners versus other types of businesses. Secondly, we provide affordable housing options for families who are in between housing, whether one lease has ended and another is days or weeks away, or local residents who have closed on one property and are not yet in their new house, local residents who have been displaced due to damage on their homes and need an interim home. Long-term landlords will not entertain short-term rentals for these needs, and a hotel is often not a sustainable option for families with children and pets. What is the alternative if short-term rentals are legislated out of profitability? Our short-term rental is very near to several private education institutions and universities. We often cater to families coming into the area to visit their children who are living on campus. We are proud to provide a comfortable place for multi-generational families to spend time together and share in their children's special events, such as graduation, athletic, and alumni events. Thirdly, short-term rental hosts often update and renovate rundown and neglected properties, bringing up local property values. For ease, I'm just going to say Airbnb to cover all the platforms. Airbnb holds us to very strict standards. If we do not maintain a higher than 4.5-star rating based on cleanliness, accuracy, communication, location, and value, among other things, we are at risk of being removed from the platform altogether. We are motivated as hosts to provide a positive experience for every guest. That translates into having a harmonious relationship with our neighbors, as well as maintaining a meticulous home. As Senator Fonfara was mentioning earlier, residents may cause issues in the towns, but short-term rental hosts are monitored both by the same regulations as residents, but also constant monitoring by guests and other Airbnb and other platforms. Hosts want to provide a welcoming home for our guests and our neighbors to enjoy. We discourage and Airbnb bans any guests or hosts who misbehave, which is not so easy a solution for permanent residents who cause repeated issues. Lastly, the tourism we help support brings families into local towns to encourage economic growth through restaurants, shops, state and local attractions, as well as providing work for cleaners, landscapers, and local contractors. Adding in secondary and unnecessary regulations and additional taxes will raise the price of these stays, discourage
You will reach 3 minutes. If you please summarize.
and discourage visitors to our state, thus negatively impacting a broad array of local family-owned and seasonal businesses. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Anyone for Ms. McLaughlin? Thank you. I'm going to ask that we start over here and move to across the room. For those who intend to testify, could you come up? And could you come up, please, and identify yourself and where you are on the list, if you know? You're welcome.
I'm gonna, yes, thank you. Okay. My name's Clark Gardner. I run Higginham House B&B in Higginham, Connecticut, 8 miles south of Middletown. Been as the previous speaker, I'm a super host. She's right. You have to have all these parameters and you have to be very good and responsive and get in touch with people. I oppose, was it 536? I'm sorry. No,
Our Gardner, yep.
yes, right, sorry. STR, right? Short-term rentals. I oppose that. I'm spending money on the DRS, which is every quarter for taxes. Airbnb takes out 15%. I have my own website. It's 11% because we have under 10 rooms. We have 4. The annual report is $100. Local tax is 6.35. This is another $100 and for the list, which will be a precursor for additional taxes. Town of Haddam did a reevaluation last year, and my taxes did not double, but they will be very, very high. I'm 67. My wife is 66. We're both self-employed. The B&B is my self-employment as well as other things. It's an old house, 1841, 3,200 square feet, 10 rooms, 3 bedrooms. It's difficult to keep clean. My parents lived there. When they died, I inherited it. Hadn't been worked on since the 70s, so I've been doing all of that. It's a lot of work. I don't mind it. It's better than paying rent. And I was living in Frisco for 25 years. Connecticut's expensive. San Francisco is much worse, which is why I left. Also, there's a lot of bad press about it, as you may know. So the reevaluation is going to make the taxes go way up. This is another tax that I don't need. Who needs another tax? I pride myself on having an antique house. It has 13 radiators. It's a big new boiler in the basement that was $12,000 to install brand new. Not to mention the paint. I do all the work: the painting, some plumbing, some electrical. Its masonry needs a lot of work. I've been doing that too. I definitely want to give it my express feelings that this is a tax. You don't need it. The list is perhaps needed, but I had to go to P&Z to say this is what I want to do. They took a vote. It was 8-0, 8 approving, 0 disapproving. I have a smoke detector and carbon monoxide detectors everywhere, fire extinguishers, flashlights, lots of things to make sure that nothing goes wrong. I live there with my wife in a separate part of the house. We're very cognizant of what people need, and I'm respectful of what they need and what they want. I pride myself in.
You reached 3 minutes. You could please summarize.
Thanks. So I thank you for your time. Please give this some thought because it's very expensive to live here, as everyone has attested. I'm not going anywhere. I like it here. Maybe I'm in the minority, but I like having 4 seasons. San Francisco is always the same weather, boring. So anyway, thanks for your time, and please give it some thought. There's a lot of money that's here. A lot of people pay a lot of taxes, and I'm one of them. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Senator Cohen.
Sorry, Mr. Gardner. I don't want to keep you any longer. But just a point of clarification. You listed when you signed up that the name of your business is Higginham House B&B. Are you operating a bed and breakfast, or are you
bed and breakfast?
Okay, so you're not. Are you renting your rooms for short-term rental as well, or generally it's a bed and breakfast, like a hotel setup, a hospitality setup?
What's the difference?
Well, it is defined differently under state statute.
Well, I'm a bed and breakfast.
Okay.
It's continental. It's against the law to heat anything, to cook anything. So it's just there's bagels and yogurt in the fridge.
Okay.
Does that not qualify to be attached as a tax?
It is not, B&Bs are defined separately under Connecticut state law, but I'll leave it to the chairs to determine what would be and what's encompassed in this piece of legislation, but I do not believe it applies to you.
Well, it's a short-term rental.
If you wanted to, we can do that.
Sign for it. I don't care. I thought it was a short-term rental because I'm on Airbnb, Booking.com, Expedia, and I'm on website. It's a short-term rental.
I think you ought to leave now.
Yeah, gladly. Thanks for nothing. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Who's up next? Anyone over here on the left? How about? If you've signed up, you have a right to speak. Could you identify yourself, sir, within where you are in the list?
Yes, sir. Well, my name is Felipe Colon. I am a resident of Middletown.
And where are you in the list? What number?
I have no clue.
What's that? All right, great. Thank you.
Okay, can I start over?
Please proceed, Mr.
All
Cologne.
right, so my name is Felipe Colon. I'm a resident of Middletown. I'm here to support Bill 5114 for the renter's tax credit. I am a apartment renter, but more important than that, I am a returning citizen to the community in the state of Connecticut. I just finished spending 21 years of incarceration in the state of Connecticut. And I'm here not just to speak about the regular citizens that this bill could help, but people like myself coming back into the community, trying to give back, trying to get involved and make a change. Paying $1,000 a month or $1,200 a month for one room every month, being fully employed, working 2 jobs, also getting about $200 to $300 taken out of every one of my paychecks. These are things that highly affect people coming home from prison. And I think that this tax credit could be helpful to people like myself coming back into the community at the end of the year that are trying to basically apply themselves in a proper way and be beneficial to them. This is something that can motivate other individuals like myself to be basically applying themselves to be more of a law-abiding citizen and give back to this community of Connecticut. So I am in support of that bill. And I'm here to speak on behalf not just of the regular citizens, but those who are returning back to the community as incarcerated individuals that served a lot of time. That's all I have to say.
Questions for Mr. Cologne?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, sir. Thank you.
Every time I do that.
Speaker? 1 second. I do. I'm going to take over, boss.
While we are passing the baton between us, Mr. Administrator, could you let me know who's next on the list?
92, Annie Holland.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here today. Senator Fanfara, Representative Horn, Representative Ryder, Senator Fazio, Representative Paletta, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. A few years ago, I was leading an entire department in an executive role. Within a short period of time, an autoimmune disease took away my ability to function independently. My name is Annie Holland. I'm a Connecticut resident, a mother of 3, a short-term rental host, and an advocate for people living with autoimmune disease and other invisible disabilities. And I submit a testimony in opposition of Bill HB 5536. Autoimmune diseases affect more than 50 million Americans, and about 80% of those affected are women. Before my illness progressed, I was highly functioning, working full-time and managing teams. Then everything changed. The inflammation in my joints became so severe that I struggled with basic daily tasks. Getting dressed could take enormous effort, and I had to carefully consider what I wore just to manage something as basic as going to the restroom by myself. The swelling in my hands caused a significant loss of fine motor ability. The pain, imagine if every bone in your body was being crushed and set on fire at the same time. For many people with autoimmune disease, the ability to maintain traditional employment can disappear almost overnight. I'm one of those people. Short-term rental hosting gave me a way to rebuild my life when my career disappeared. My husband and I invested our savings into a property so that I could work in a way that accommodates my illness. For people with chronic illness, flexibility is what allows us to remain financially independent and care for our families. That is the personal side of what this bill could affect. Now let's talk about the numbers. Short-term rentals in Connecticut are already taxed at more than 21% before additional local taxes. The bill would require a statewide registry with a fee for each property and allow municipalities to add an additional tax of up to 2.75%, potentially pushing the total tax burden and fees to over 30% in some areas. Some testimony has raised concerns about disruptive visitor behavior. Issues like noise, parking conflicts, or public disturbances can occur anywhere visitors gather and are not limited to only one type of accommodation. Municipalities already have tools such as noise ordinances, parking regulations, and public safety enforcement to address these situations. What do short-term rentals contribute to Connecticut? Tourism is a major part of our state economy. Connecticut welcomes nearly 70 million visitors each year, generating about 1.2 billion in state and local tax revenue. Visitors spend roughly 11 billion at local businesses and support more than 125,000 jobs statewide. Short-term rental hosts help support that tourism. In many ways, hosts act as local tourism ambassadors. I create local guidebooks and recommend restaurants, coffee shops, and small businesses to every single guest who stays in our home. Those recommendations send visitors directly into our communities and support local businesses. Most hosts are not—
You've reached 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
Yes, we are ordinary residents trying to remain financially stable. For me, hosting is not an investment strategy. It's how I rebuild an independent life after a disease took away the one I once had. When making policies and decisions, please remember that laws like this might appear to affect properties and businesses, but in reality, they affect people like me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for hanging with us for a long day. We appreciate it. Seeing no questions, we'll let you get on with the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Sparago and Cynthia Sparago. Please correct my pronunciation of your name. I'm good? Okay.
Good evening, Chairperson Horn, Ranking Members Paletta and Fazio, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Cindy Sparago. I am the founder of SAFER, Shoreline Association for the Enforcement of Residents' Rights, and Vice Chair of the East Haven Zoning Board of Appeals. We are here to testify in strong support of HB 5536. After 5 years of advocacy from SAFER and local residents, East Haven implemented a balanced short-term rental ordinance last January. Our goal was simple: allow residents to earn extra income from their primary homes while protecting neighborhoods from outside investors. This ordinance also ensures that housing stock is used for, well, housing. However, we have hit a critical roadblock. The town cannot enforce rules on properties it cannot find. Currently, platforms like Airbnb and VRBO obscure rental locations. This lack of transparency forces the town to rely on neighbors to act as whistleblowers just to identify where STRs exist. Residents are currently being asked to complete complaint forms for any STRs they can identify. In East Haven, every home business, from tax prep to selling cupcakes, must register with the town. There is no reason the STR industry should be exempt from these basic transparency rules. Furthermore, I fully support the municipalities to impose a modest tax on these commercial operations. To give you a sense of the scale, on my small street of 27 homes, 7 are STRs. That's more than 25%. None of them are owned by East Haven residents. And while the average annual STR income in New Haven is roughly $27,000, many homes in my neighborhood earn that in a single month. with summer rates often exceeding $1,000 per night in East Haven. These are high-revenue commercial businesses operating in residential zones and should be treated as such. Mike will now explain the great lengths that the short-term rental platforms go to hide their listings.
Thank you again, committee members. For months, I've been analyzing publicly available short-term rental data to help identify East Haven short-term rental properties. Enforcing an ordinance starts with knowing where the rentals actually are. Right now, towns with ordinances cannot reliably locate these properties. One of the biggest challenges facing towns is that STR platforms like Airbnb and VRBO intentionally obscure their property locations. The pins you see online are not the real address. They are deliberately shifted away from the property. In reviewing listings, I've seen many map locations displaced by hundreds of feet. Along the shoreline, this fuzz, as it's called in the industry, is sometimes greater. For some listings, the pin ends up in Long Island Sound or several streets away. Technical barriers go beyond map fuzzing. Platforms actively restrict automated data collection, data structures change frequently, and basic information like property addresses is never provided. Owners operating behind LLCs and listings without clear exterior views make STR identification nearly impossible. In my case, I had to use specialized tools just to compile basic listing data for my town. The result is a significant information imbalance. Only the platforms know the exact property location and the host identity. Some municipalities hire professional services such as Granicus to identify STR properties, but many towns cannot afford these services. Platforms say these practices protect host privacy and keep bookings within their marketplace. But the result is that the public information municipalities rely on is intentionally masked. Even with a combined automated and manual verification effort, the STR process remains highly intensive without specialized tools and dedicated resources the towns just don't have. While STR platforms know exactly where the properties are, the towns trying to enforce their laws do not. Towns cannot assess or regulate what they cannot find. HB 5536 would help provide the transparency that municipalities need to find STR properties and enforce the ordinances they've adopted. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We respectfully urge you to support HB 5536, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have a question for you. I have heard, with respect to your testimony about the difficulty of getting reliable information here, we have heard some testimony earlier today about other states that have Massachusetts, for example, that has a statewide registry, but a lot of questions, I've seen a lot of questions about the reliability of the information on that statewide website, experiencing some of the same problems that you just outlined. I wonder whether you have have you any experience with anyone else who's done a better job, creating a registry with accurate information, usable information?
Thank you for the question. I do not have any experience with other towns. I just believe that this being part of the Revenue Service Committee those people would have the information from tax records where the short-term rental Airbnb provides, that they could cross-reference to identify the homes, where a municipality does not have that information.
And let me ask you a question that I think one of the people who testified in front of us asked earlier today, which is, what would be the utility to someone like you of having accurate information, of having the name of an owner and a location on a registry? Why would that be useful?
So in East Haven, our STR ordinance that they just passed requires that it be your primary residence. We can't even enforce if it's your primary residence if we don't know where it exists. And I'm not asking that the residents of the town have this information, just that the municipality have the information, so that our zoning enforcement officer and our compliance officers would have that information so they could check on those homes, make sure they have permits, and see if they're being used as Airbnbs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and very much appreciate your testimony today. I was reading through the East Haven ordinance, and I see that a permit is required as
Yes.
part of that ordinance. Have you checked in with the town and sort of verified or in some of your conversations identified if the town worker or the town staff believe that there is a high level of compliance with the ordinance that the town wrote?
Yes, so our current zoning enforcement officer is relying on residents to give him identification of STRs that we know exist. That's the means they're using to get the permits. We have turned in 30 forms. Mike has identified
About 90 properties.
in East Haven. Of those forms, they have sent letters to each of the owners, and they, as of yesterday, had received 3 permit applications. That's been it.
Thank you for testifying in person today.
Thank you.
Questions? Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Cindy and Mike. Good to see you both. I have a question. Mike, I have a question for each of you, actually. But Mike, you mentioned the Granicus as an application that towns could use potentially in identifying STRs. You also mentioned exorbitant costs associated with these types of applications. Do you know anything about the costs associated with that?
About a year ago, we got, I'll say, scoping quality quotes from Granicus specifically for all their services. And actually, I have the spreadsheet here. Their address identification is about $5,000. The issue is you don't do it once. You have to get an initial baseline, but of course, this is a very dynamic system. So that is the one-time fee. And initially, East Haven was going to use Granicus, and then they kind of realized it could be kind of expensive. Their full package for not only host identification, but for monitoring and offering a web portal that the ZEO could use is about $10,000 a year. And that assumes you're not going to continue to take snapshots of how your town is doing for SCRs, which you need to do. They move in, they move out, they get sold, some get returned to the housing market, thankfully. So you need to constantly keep track of this. But and again, this estimate is about a year old. It's on the order of 5,000 or 10,000 to jump into this just for initial identification of very basic services.
And then some ongoing fees associated with that.
Absolutely.
And my second question is for both of you, either one of you, in terms of what you've seen since East Haven has implemented this ordinance, and I'm hearing that maybe it's ineffective in a number of ways, but have you been able to determine approximately how many are occasional rentals versus commercial type entities that are renting out these homes? Maybe they've been bought up by a commercial practice of, sort of constant turnover. Is there has the town identified, the numbers associated with these more occasional renters versus?
Thank you for the question. Yes, to the degree that we've been able to identify the short-term rental properties, 90% of them are owned by investors, not necessarily investment companies, but they are investment properties for people who do not live in East Haven. So we have renters from our owners, New Jersey, Colorado, plenty from New York, Texas, and then other towns within Connecticut, but they are not East Haven residents. And those homes along the shoreline are complete STRs. They are rented 365 days a year, unless they don't have water and winterization in the homes on the beach. So there are very few. I think the last count was less than a handful of people in East Haven just renting a room within their house. And our ordinance made a provision for them that this would not all apply for them. If you occupy your home and you're just renting a room to earn money to pay your taxes, you're good.
Okay, Thank you. Thanks for
Thank you.
being with us today.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
George Francis?
Good evening. I have quite the audience now. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Senator Fonfara and Horn for chairing. I'm here to discuss House Bill 5537, the tax on certain sweetened beverages. I represent Quasi Amusement Park in Middlebury, as well as some of our affiliates at NEAPA, New England Association of Amusement Parks and Attractions. And again, I'm fully in support of public health, especially that of children, as a father of two in Connecticut schools, as well as making meals available for everybody, increasing revenue for the state. All those things sound great. But in an environment where increasing burdens, whether it's utilities, FMLA, ever increasing taxes and costs are imposed on business owners and the people of Connecticut, I don't know if this will reduce consumption in the state of Connecticut. And I believe that cost will be passed down from producers, from vendors to the consumer, to the businesses, and it may not achieve the two goals it sets out to fulfill. Again, just looking at the community and what we experience, our producers will pass those costs on to us. And as an amusement park and best serving my business, we will be forced to pass those costs on to the consumer, whether it comes in the form of the cost of those beverages or at our gate price as well. A 2-cent increase per ounce on our upwards of 4 million ounces per year just on fountain beverages costs us thousands of dollars in maybe an undue cost. I would argue that there are better ways to achieve these two goals, to improve consumer health, to provide those lunches that are also, thankfully, in the governor's budget, whether that is through incentivization, more carrot than stick on better sweeteners like stevia, or incentivizing better products, letting the markets dictate people going for healthier products because they are either cheaper, better quality, better tasting. And again, instead of fighting a battle and pushing cost and shifting burden, we could ride a wave and incentivize better options for these students, for the public health of Connecticut, and for the students in our schools.
Questions for Mr. Francis? Representative Pauletta.
Thank you, George, for being here, and more of a comment very briefly than a question. Just want to thank you for your advocacy, for the good work that Quasi Amusement Park does. I know your dad's been up here many times. It's nice to see a new generation of leadership taking over the park. But for what you've done for the youth in the area, I think it's important to note many, including, myself, when I had my little small business, worked at the amusement park, but my nephews work there, and you're always here and honest and transparent on the issues. When I was on the labor committee, your dad had testified on a number of bills that would have impacted the industry. And I just thank you for your advocacy, and know that we both kind of achieve or agree on the laudable goal of this proposal. We just maybe agree on this might not be the best way to get there right now. So thank you for being here, George.
Thank you. And again, a very proud and happy member of our community and state. Again, I absolutely agree on the goals, just not on the means of financing them.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for taking consideration for the people that were here in person today. Very much appreciated.
Victoria Clement. Victoria Clement. Okay, guess not. Bill Middleton.
Good evening.
Good evening. Please proceed.
Thank you. I was on to register support for bill number 5536. regarding short-term rentals. My name is Bill Middleton. I am the first selectman of the town of Stonington, and I also own a 1965 motel that I'm renovating. So I understand this issue from both sides. As a town, we bear the cost of short-term rentals with none of the associated revenue. As you know, Connecticut has the highest hotel tax in the country, but none of it goes to the local residents or to the local towns. From a zoning perspective, what short-term rentals functionally are commercial activities in a residential zone, something we don't allow for anything else. And really the entire purpose of zoning was to avoid commercial and residential interacting in an unplanned way, which is what this is. It's also worth noting that short-term rentals don't meet the same stringent fire, building, and health codes that hotels have to meet. And they negatively impact, as many of the other speakers have said, the quality of life in many towns. Also, it encourages traffic and parking in areas that were not approved for it, negatively impacting the residents. But also, I think what goes unsaid quite a bit is that it takes away a good deal of workforce housing. So, for example, in a small town such as Mystic, where you had a lot of employees who could walk to work because they might have lived in an apartment above a shop, that apartment is now being rented as a short-term rental. So not only is that employee forced to commute from further away, but they're adding to traffic and parking issues, which we certainly have experienced here in Mystic and Stonington. You could also make the argument that it artificially drives up property values, which compounds the affordability issue. As I mentioned before, as a municipality, we bear the cost of tourism without any offsetting revenue. We don't get any of the hotel tax. We don't get any of the sales tax. We don't get any of the additional 1% meals tax. And even if you get a traffic infraction, that all goes to the state as well. So while we bear the cost of this in terms of first responders and quality of life in some cases, we don't really have any offsetting revenues. And this is a first step to regulating these, is identifying them, which, as other speakers have pointed out, is beyond the ability of many local municipalities to effectively identify these short-term.
You've reached your 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
I am summarized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. Thank you for your testimony, Representative Rader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Middleton. Thank you for testifying. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Stonington has a local municipal policy around STRs. And so you're saying that but having the ability to have a state registry would help support that, or just again, if I'm wrong? Yeah.
That is incorrect. We have no short-term regulations at this point.
Got it. Okay. I had been told you did, but I'm glad that I asked that question. So to your point, this would help you establish a better understanding of what's happening in your community around STRs and your perspective.
That's exactly right. And you know, in terms of before we can even begin to regulate and or generate any revenue from them, we need to identify them. And again, that, you know, for us is very difficult for reasons that others have pointed out, because you go onto these various platforms, they don't give you specific locations, and it turns into a little bit of a game of municipal whack-a-mole to find them.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First Selectman, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for testifying and appreciate your leadership. I have a question with respect to the importance of a statewide registry versus you being in a position to stand up a registry on your own. And as we've heard today, there is an expense associated with standing up a registry of your own that the Stonington taxpayers obviously would have to incur. But the accuracy, right? You can get a fairly much more accurate picture of short-term rentals through a statewide registry, through a DRS. Can you speak to why again, a statewide registry would be advantageous.
Absolutely. We just don't have the resources to do it nearly as effectively as the state could. I guess you could say it in a way that people are probably a lot more fearful of the DRS than they are the town of Stonington. And again, the state just has the infrastructure to not only put a registry in place, but also to enforce in a far better way than we could.
And lastly, not to put you on the spot, but is there anything we're not getting at this bill that would give you additional tools or would be helpful in the context of, work with DRS, the registry, any other items?
Yeah, I think, as much flexibility as we could build into this would be helpful. For example, as others have noted, you have a lot of these that are owned by corporations, out-of-towners, investors, and you can argue that they should be treated differently than somebody who is, renting another room or another apartment in their dwelling to pay the property taxes, et cetera. So any additional flexibility you could build in there would be enormously helpful.
Thank you, First Selectman, and thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Mr. Middleton, your point about that you said a couple of times, you're not receiving any revenue from whether it be the rental itself or from tourism, for tourism.
Mhm.
But you would acknowledge, I'm sure, that those people that are renting these properties are spending money in the economy of the state, right? Particularly locally.
Absolutely, but let's talk about that. So they're spending money, so they generate sales tax and they generate a meals tax. We don't get that.
That's where I was going. Would that satisfy you as a municipal leader if we were providing the municipalities with a portion of that revenue?
Well, to simplify it, we'll take anything at this point.
I take that as a yes.
That's a yes.
Great. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Karen Gardner.
Hi, my name is Karen Gardner. I'm a program manager at the Center for Science in the Public Interest, or CSPI. Founded in 1971, CSPI advocates for evidence-based and community-informed policies on nutrition, food safety, and health. I would like to thank the leadership and members of the Finance Committee for providing me, with the opportunity to express our strong support for House Bill 5537. There's two key reasons that we strongly support this bill. First, Healthy School Meals for All provides needed economic support for families and promotes nutrition, food security, and academic performance. Many families are struggling to put food on the table. 1 in 6 Connecticut children experience food insecurity. Without HB 5537, a child in a family of 4 with an annual household income of $42,000 is ineligible for free school meals. With grocery prices increasing, many families cannot shoulder the costs of school meals. For families who do qualify for free meals, stigma associated with qualifying may prevent some students from participating. Healthy School Meals for All policies are positively associated with school meal participation, diet quality, food security, and academic performance. Furthermore, a recent report found that when all students have access to free meals, students of all socioeconomic levels felt safer inside the school due to a perceived decrease in bullying and fighting as compared to before implementation of the policy. Nowhere else during the school day do we require proof of income like we do in the cafeteria. Schools provide books and transportation to all students regardless of family income. School meals, which are an invaluable opportunity to instill healthy eating habits and support student learning, should be treated no differently. Second, Taxing sweetened beverages to pay for healthy school meals is a win-win for Connecticut. Sugary drinks are the leading source of added sugars in the American diet and contribute significantly to obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and tooth decay. Research shows that taxes on sweetened beverages are associated with reduced sugar intake, improvements in weight status across all groups, improved oral health, and improved pregnancy and birth outcomes. We have seen from sweetened beverage taxes implemented across the country that these policies can raise millions of dollars for community health priorities without negatively impacting employment. No child deserves to be hungry at school. Taxing sweetened beverages, which provide no nutritional value and are a leading driver of chronic disease in this country, to ensure that every Connecticut student receives a healthy meal at school is a no-brainer. I would like to thank the committee for your time and would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you very much. Jalen Daniels. Works for us.
Hello, my name is Jalen Daniels. I'm from Ansonia, Connecticut. I'm here in support of HB 5114. The reason why I'm supporting this particular bill is I come from a district, Ansonia, Connecticut. I'm the Ward 2 alderman. It's a district primarily made up of renters. This bill would be a significant increase for a lot of the folks who, in a district like mine, who are very much cost burdened. I believe the number is like 40% of the folks in my district is cost burdened who are renters. I'm trying to support this bill as much as I possibly can. On top of that too, I'm the fair housing officer, and when knocking on doors in my district, I meet a lot of folks who are on Section 8, who are poor, who are wondering when their next meal is going to be coming. And this bill in particular would just be extra food on the table around, tax season. 1,000 to 2,500 would be huge for a lot of the folks, many of which are, single mothers, many of which are, older individuals who are on fixed income. So I'm just looking to try to support this bill and bring this bill back to my district.
Any questions for Mr. Daniels? Thank you.
All right, thanks.
And before we call on Ms. Pope, I'll just inform everyone we're mathematically halfway through our list at 6:23. Hope you brought your sleeping bag. Sandy Pope.
Hey guys, good afternoon, well, evening. My name is Sandy. I live in New Britain and I work as a substitute teacher. I'm also testifying in support of HB 5114, which would establish a renter's tax credit for Connecticut residents. I just think that we have to make it more affordable for working class people to live here. It's definitely becoming harder and harder to afford to live in the communities where we work. And as a substitute teacher, I do care deeply about the students and the communities I serve. But like many working people in Connecticut, I am also still trying to get a place where I can afford to live independently. Right now, I do live with my mother, which I am grateful for that support, but eventually I want to move out and have a place of my own. And for renters like me, a policy like this would provide a small but meaningful cushion to make that goal more realistic. I support HB 5114 because my neighbors deserve to stay in their communities. They are your constituents and they deserve a Connecticut that works for them. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Pope. Questions? Thank you very much. Brad Sherland. Orford Canoe. Jack Tiboni. Akua Coleman.
I'm here.
Please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon, Representative Horn, Senator Farner, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Aquia Coleman, and I live in Bristol. I'm testifying in support of HB 55114, which would establish a renter's tax credit for Connecticut residents. We need to make it more affordable for the working class people to live here. We support our community without receiving any rental tax benefits. I lived in Worcester, Mass, in my apartment for 10 years, and it switched owners, and the rent went up 100%. I had to move out, and I found a place in Bristol, Connecticut. Before my lease was ending for the year, I received a notice that my rent will be going up, and I also will be responsible for my water bill as well. I work 50 plus hours a week in the medical field, and I have a hard time making ends meet, and it's only getting worse. Everything is going up except for income. Things can't keep going the way they are. It's unsustainable, and a renter's tax credit would help make our state more affordable and fair for hardworking people. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Questions for Ms. Coleman? Thank you. Laura Bemia. Frederick Roberts. Sarahi Mateo. Sarah Pons. Annie Holland. I'm sorry. Bruce Sara. Jaime Polk.
Hi, I'm here.
I apologize if we're Jamie.
That's okay. It is Jamie. I don't know if I can hear. I'm actually supposed to be starting a Zoom meeting of my own right now, but I will spend just a couple minutes since I've been waiting all day. So I'm basically want to testify against 5536. But with that said, let me give a little background. My husband and I own 2 long-term rentals and 1 short-term rental on the shoreline. So we are small business owners, and we are actually small business owners in other ways on the shoreline. And I think the biggest issue, I don't necessarily have an issue with the registry, but it seems inherent that the registry is for the sake of setting up for more taxes. And I think that, as many people have already said, so I don't necessarily need to add to that, but it is unfair and a burden for short-term rentals to have a higher tax rate than hotels, much less B&Bs, bed and breakfast. But I will also say that for me, because we own long-term rentals as well as short-term rentals, I sort of start from the difference between the two, as opposed to comparing short-term rentals to hotels and bed and breakfast. And we've had long-term rentals for longer, but I think that a lot of the questions that get posed and objections to short-term rentals, I always compare to long-term rentals, and I always say to the people that object, they're all the same, and really they're the same for residents. If I am a resident, I'm a bad resident, if my neighbors know me and I'm friends with my neighbors, then they're going to speak to me. If I'm not friends with them, they're probably going to call the cops. Doesn't really matter if they know my name or my phone number, or if I'm on a registration. And in addition to that, long-term rentals don't have any regulation. And I've heard people say things with regards to whether they're checked by the fire department, whether they have, whether all these things have been checked. Short-term rentals are not commercial properties. So I don't believe they should be treated the same way. They are generally private properties. They are private homes or apartments. So it seems that to me that they should be treated much more similarly to long-term rentals. And long-term rentals aren't regulated at all. So without being repetitive for what many other people have said, those are my shortened thoughts.
Grateful for that, but meaningful thoughts. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Liz Rivera? Peter Brennan? Turn the page. Are we on the last page? One minute. Aisha Afzal? James Hamlin? Elvin Torres? Donna Marie? You want to testify?
I'll answer for her, no.
Joseph Young?
Hello? Hello?
There you are.
Hi. So I just got to pull up my testimony. Okay.
Are you there, Mr. Young?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Joseph, and I live in Manchester. I am testifying in support of HB 5114, which would establish a renter's tax credit for Connecticut residents. We've got to make it more affordable for working class people to live here. It is outrageous how hard that has become. Half of all renters are cost burdened. Wages aren't keeping up and people are angry and fed up because they should be. I am a tenant and I know firsthand what it is to struggle with the cost of rent. Not only we deal with high prices, but also the fact that many landlords don't take care of the property as they should. I work hard to be able to have a roof over my head, and I am afraid that one day I won't be able to keep up with the cost of living. I have moved more than 2 times looking for something more affordable every time. A renter's tax credit will give me a relief and will help me have extra money to catch up on my bills or pay the next month right away. Renters in Connecticut are already paying property taxes. It is estimated that 20% of what people pay is rent, is paying their landlord's property taxes, but homeowners can't get the same tax relief for property taxes. Most renters can't. That's not fair. A renter's tax credit would help make our state more affordable and fair. It's about making sure that hardworking people who keep our communities running can actually afford to live in the towns where they work. And it puts money back in people's pockets, which goes right back into our local economies and small businesses. I support HB 5114 and SB 1 because my neighbors deserve to stay in their communities. They are your constituents and they deserve a Connecticut that works for them. I am asking that this committee pass HB 5114 with a fully refundable renter's tax credit for households earning under 75,000 with a maximum of 2,500 per household. That means 300,000 working class renter households could get nearly 300 million back in their pockets, claimed at tax time with protections that keep landlords from ever knowing what tenants.
You've reached 3 minutes. If you could please summarize.
Okay, yeah, there's only one more. Working class renters are your constituents. It's time to make Connecticut more affordable and more fair for all of us. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Young? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have a note here regarding the next witness, Tyler Mack, not testifying. Is that accurate? Sarahi Mateo. Judith Lawrence. Michael Sparago. Scott Doltz spoke earlier. Rosa Serrano. Lanice Jackson. Dan Garrett. Brianna Elliott. I think she, no. Marivette Morales. Elmer Pasia. Don't interrupt me. Andre Demal. Jonathan Beckerman. James Krieger. Krieger.
Yes, okay, I'm here. Thank you. Just had a hard time with the audio for a second. So
you're down to 2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes, okay.
Please
Okay, well,
proceed.
good afternoon. My name is James Krieger, and I'm a physician, professor emeritus at University of Washington, and a recognized expert in sweet and beverage taxes, and appreciate the opportunity to share my strong support for House Bill 5537 and also your stamina during this long hearing. As you've heard, consumption of sweetened beverages is linked to a host of health outcomes like weight gain, dental cavities, type 2 diabetes, depression, and heart disease. And 68% of Connecticut adults are overweight or obese, as are 30% of toddlers and adolescents in the state. The dietary guidelines for 2025 for all Americans from the federal government state no amount of added sugars or non-nutritive sweeteners is recommended in a healthy diet, and they recommend avoiding sugar-sweetened beverages. But sugary drink tax sales remain high, and they continue to grow for beverages with non-sugar sweeteners. Taxes are the remedy. They reduce the sales of sweetened beverages. In Seattle, where I'm from, we saw sales drop by 22%. Seattle's not alone. A study across 5 cities found a 33% drop on average. Growing scientific evidence from more than a dozen studies now shows taxes are producing improvements in oral health, weight, birth outcomes, and even asthma. And taxes are a progressive policy. My research done at the University of Washington shows higher income individuals in Seattle and other cities pay more of the tax, while the lower income residents benefit more from the funded programs. Additionally, lower income residents reduce consumption of the tax beverages by more than higher income residents, so they benefit more from health and they save money. So I commend this bill for including the beverages with the non-sugar sweeteners. This approach, used in Philly, broadens and stabilizes the tax base, and it's more equitable because higher income people purchase more diet beverages. Now, we've probably heard already that the beverage industry makes predictable false claims when it opposes taxes. Taxes do not reduce business sales and revenues because when people buy less taxed beverages, the evidence shows they buy more untaxed products like water, juice, or milk. And a study we did in Seattle found no negative impacts on revenue or business closures in small independent stores. Industry claims that taxes kill jobs. That's not true. Philly and San Francisco experienced no job losses after the tax took effect. Cross-border shopping is also not a big problem. A study based on 5 cities in the US found that on average only a quarter of the drop in sales was offset by cross-border shopping. And other cities like my city have no cross-border shopping at all. So in conclusion, this important bill will ensure that every child in Connecticut can get a free school meal. It will improve the health of Connecticut residents, so it's a true win-win. And I hope you support it. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions either now or later.
Questions for Mr. Krieger? Representative Piscopo. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, Doctor. Sometimes if you're in a store and you see a juice sweetened with honey, that would seem to be a good choice. You know, I would even pay extra if I see that instead of sugar. But it seems to be under the definition of sugar. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, that's a really good question that comes up pretty often. The form of sugar doesn't really matter, whether the sugar comes from honey, whether it comes from corn syrup, whether it comes from added sugar, just plain table sugar. It all has the same effect on the body. It's metabolized the same, it's absorbed the same, causes the same spikes on insulin and other harmful health effects. So there really isn't any basis once the body starts processing sugar from any source to believe that it will act differently.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir. Further questions? Thank you. Kayla Strickland. Bree Deatley. Haven't heard from Bree in a while.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You should have been at the environment hearing Friday. You would have heard me there.
Which hearing is that?
The Environment Committee.
No, I missed that one.
It was a good one. Thank you, Chair Farfara and members of the committee. My name is Bree Deatley. I'm a principal with Breezeway Consulting in Somerville, Massachusetts. And I'm testifying as an economic expert on behalf of the American Beverage Association, which is the trade association that represents non-alcoholic beverages. Our members employ 2,600 Connecticut residents directly in our businesses. I'm speaking in opposition to House Bill 5537, the sweetened beverage tax. There is no state in this country that has adopted a similar tax. You just heard about the tax in Seattle. And there's a tax in Philadelphia. Those are the only 2 in the country that tax a similar range of beverages, and both of them are lower taxes than is proposed here. I want to talk about the affordability issue with this tax. 2 cents an ounce is an awful lot of money. That's 24 cents on a can of soda or iced tea. If you had been at the environment hearing on Friday, you would have heard the extensive conversation about the fraud that's been created in Connecticut as a result of the differential deposit between New York and Connecticut, where people can make 5 cents more by redeeming a container in Connecticut, or can save 5 cents by buying a container outside of the state and using it in Connecticut. That 5 cents is motivating an enormous amount of cross-border behavior. Now we're talking about a 29-cent differential between New York State and Connecticut, or Massachusetts and Connecticut. That should, I think, put into perspective the magnitude of the affordability issue that we're working with here and the severity of it, because we're seeing it play out with regard to the deposit law. Our economic models suggest that the retailers in Connecticut, food stores, movie theaters, restaurants, would lose about $500 million in lost sales as a result of this. That's a lot of jobs. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of displacement. And a good chunk of that is as a result of cross-border impacts. In fact, the Rudd Center, from whom you heard earlier, builds into their economic model a 20% loss of revenue as a result of cross-border sales. So to say that it doesn't exist is really not borne out by the data. If you look at the Philadelphia study by Oxford Economics that I cite in my testimony, in my written testimony, you can see a number of statistics that were provided. There was a modeling exercise done that showed about 1,200 lost jobs in Philadelphia. The bottlers themselves reported over 150 lost jobs between their bottlers within the city, and many of those jobs shifted outside. What the stores in the city found was that they lost business, but some of their outside the city locations gained business. And they not only lost beverage sales, they lost sales of non-beverage items as well, as people simply packed up and went and shopped someplace else. So there is a significant problem with sending business outside the state with affordability. And lastly, I leave you with the notion of regressivity. According to our data, according to income data, about a third of this
You
tax
agreed to 3
would
minutes.
come-
If you could please summarize.
Yep, about a third of this tax would come from households earning less than $40,000 a year. So it's regressive. It's not affordable. We urge you to reject it and find other ways of funding these important programs. Thank you for your time.
Questions for Bree? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And for the members, you'll be sure happy to learn that we are now entering the last page of our sheet. And for everyone, except for Representative Zupkis, who has not endured this day, must stay overtime.
You invited it.
Before the sun sets, maybe we can be out of here. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's so great to be here and see everybody and to get out of the Education Committee for
You
a
look very
while.
fresh and
So, thank you.
ready for a long hearing.
Join us on education, and that's where you'll get them.
Former Senator Doyle on Memorial Day, he'd always leave the Memorial Day parade at the very end and not wait for the ceremony afterwards, saying he had 3 other parades to go to. As you have your backyard parade. It worked every year. But anyway, resuming. Edwin Chicana. Shanbrell Green. No? Am I wrong? Oh, did I mess up? Was I ahead of myself?
Yeah,
Wish-
revert to final page.
Yes.
Page. This full page. I'm at 120. So flip that. Yeah,
I saw this.
19. We did one into year 120.
Wishful thinking. Ellie Batista. We know Tim's not here. Janina Pasternak. Aaron McKay. Jessica Ortiz. Inessa Zaleski.
They're here. They just need to approve to become a panelist.
We'll come back. Jasmine Granda. Rajiv Shenatu. Ambrosine Bennett.
Marquette Hoffler. What do you care? Cynthia Sparago. David Cueto. Robert Durant. Denise Biaggi. Christine Batts. Christian Flores. Christian Flores. Brianna Lucarelli. Felipe Colon is gone. Sandy Pope is gone. Shabhazre Singh.
They're here. They just need to accept the promotion to panels.
They're rejoining now.
100 is back then.
Okay. $140. Yeah. What's the issue? Shabhazre Singh.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, this is George Mendoza. Subhashri is my wife. She's here with me as well. Would you like to speak?
No, why don't you talk on my?
Is it okay if I speak on behalf of Subhashri Singh?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, so we do not support any legislation against short-term rentals. We currently own a short-term rental ourselves. We've been doing this for over a year now. There's been no complaints from any of our neighbors. In fact, our neighbors at times want to rent our room when they have additional guests that they cannot accommodate in their own home. So it's gone really well. I don't think there should be any regulations. The way some people are talking about short-term rentals, they put a negative connotation to it, but actually it's not. And if there are any concerns with individual properties, I don't think everybody should be penalized for that. Any complaints against individuals, it should be resolved with those owners. For the vast majority, I don't think there have been any complaints. The platform, as others have noted, relies on feedback both from the customers as well as the rentees. So everybody needs to adhere to common sense behavior in not making a nuisance of themselves, and the ratings impact your ability to rent or as a customer to also rent somebody's property. So everybody is kept honest through this process. And I just feel like putting these burdens of a registry, and the town of East Haven was speaking earlier, they've put a $500 charge on obtaining permits, and that's just for somebody to come to the house and investigate the property, etc. So the homeowner has to pay $500 to the town and spend that kind of money. I don't see the value of that. So anyway, just to summarize, I think any legislation against short-term rentals, in addition to the fees and taxes that are already being levied on us, is really a burden that we don't, at least I don't think I can sustain. So I'd humbly request that any such legislation not be moved forward through the process. Happy to take any questions.
Sir, did you sign up or was it Sabrashi?
Yeah, I did. I signed up, and I
Right,
also
I
I
understand.
signed up George for my under my name too.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I signed up myself and I have entered George Mendoza, he's my husband, as another attendee that he can speak on my
What is your name, full name, John?
George.
I'm George Mendoza, George Mendoza.
Yes, okay. Very good. Okay. Questions for Mr. Mendoza? Thank you both.
Thank you.
Oh, where was I? We're going to return to number 100, Elvin Torres.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you for having me. Representative Horn, Senator Fonfara, to the members of the Finance Committee. Again, thank you for having me. I'm here to back the HB 5114, the renters tax credit. A lot of us have spoken about what's right, what's wrong, and all that stuff that I'm, kind of tired of hearing. I think we need to focus on the fact that a lot of people in Connecticut that do essential jobs, which makes Connecticut runs as smooth as it does. I've been here most of my life. I don't want to go nowhere. This is my home. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to empower people to fight and get what they deserve and what's right and fair. When we have these issues with renters that are having trouble maintaining their home and they need to move away, the kids are affected by relocating and changing schools and getting to meet new people of a different community. It's more than just the tax credit for me. It's about community. It's about staying together. It's about having respect for one another. It's sad to be in this situation. I'm a renter myself. I struggle every month. I'm in the field of education. We got custodians, nurses, and we have teachers themselves, and the folks that help our children cross the streets. We all are struggling with paying our rent, and we are the people that this state really relies on to get our kids to and from school healthy and safe. And I think that this bill being passed gives us safety. It's like a safety net. And it also gives us confidence that our state is looking out for us because we need help and we're tired of being ignored. And some of these owners, they're taking advantage of us. And again, I'm asking to please pass this because I think we should get ahead of the future because we never know what can happen in Connecticut if those of us that need the most help do not get the help we need. Because I don't see this state moving forward in a good way if we do not give those of us that need the help that we need. And yeah, so thank you guys for your time. That's it for me. And I appreciate this.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. Questions? Thank you, sir. Returning to our regularly scheduled programming, Jeanette James. Luz Perez. Johnny Reed. Brendan Kochuk. Heather Jasmine. Madeline Rodriguez. Chiquana Edwin. Shanbrell Green. Jamira Lopez.
Jessica Shea. Christian Machuca. Dimitri Opoku. Donna Edwards. Are you complaining? We can call some people up. Did I say Donna Edwards already? Is that a no? Leslie Bell. Carol Williams. Nicole Clark. Theodore Thordenson.
Yep. How are you?
Doing fine.
Good. Thanks for staying this long. I had a problem staying awake and I'm in my office. Anyway,
What are you trying to say?
I go by TJ Theodorson. I'm a short-term rental owner in Milford, Connecticut. I've been doing it for about 10 years.
Thank you.
I'm opposed to the bill 5536. Basically, I don't have so much of an opposition to the registration of some type that it's not used for, any other reasons than tracking taxes and knowing who actually owns and operates a short-term rental. But I will say that the short-term rentals do add back to Connecticut and the communities in a much bigger way than a lot of people realize. A number of renters I've had have actually moved to Connecticut because they realize what a great town, great state it is, and Milford's a great town, and as well as a bunch of other towns in Connecticut. So it does bring people into the state. One of my renters who did a winter rental, which I do in the off season, is a professional hockey player, and he's purchased in Connecticut, as well as a few other hockey players, because they realize what a great place it is. But I want to go through some of the statistics that I gathered on Milford. I did track down with my assistant. There is 130 current short-term rentals in Milford. There's no institutional ownership. One entity or person owns 3, 8 people own or entity owns 2. The rest are individually owned. And that number's been pretty steady for the last 3 years. 130 short-term rentals. There's 22,000 housing units in Milford, and there is no effect on pricing out people given the diminutive number of short-term rentals. Now, again, I'm talking about Milford, but I've done all the research and I have all the numbers on Milford. But let's look at where that saves the town of Milford, and of course this applies to other towns, in public school expenditures. For every household, there's about 5,000 students in Milford, 22,000 housing units. For every 4 housing units, there's probably 1 student. Back of the envelope math. Milford has a net cost per student of $25,000. Okay, so if you look at 130 short-term rentals, I'm making some assumptions now. Let's assume 100 of them are full-time and not part-time. That's 25 students at $25,000 a year that are not in the system. So I think short-term rentals and really the number of total Airbnb short-term rentals in Connecticut is pretty diminutive right now on AirDNA, which is a recognized data source. There is 1,700 short-term rentals. Over the summer, it peaks to about 3,000. I think one of the big hotels, Mohegan Sun, has like 1,600 rooms. So it's largely beneficial. I think we don't want to tax our way out of being an attractive place for people to come and visit and set up roots here and buy homes and pay their taxes and have a positive migration. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. I believe
we arrived at our last witness, Isabel Ordonez. Mr. Committee Administrator, do you have any other business before the committee?
That's it. We're good.
Okay, we will call this hearing to a close and urge everyone to drive especially crazy. It's, looks like a map, there's a lot of rain out there right now, so be careful.
Thank you.
We want you all back.
Told you, Calvin.